Tonight we will walk together through ancient teachings that have guided seekers toward peace for thousands of years. We will discover 3 profound Buddhist tales, stories that hold within them the secrets to releasing worry, embracing the present moment, and finding the deep rest that comes when we finally stop fighting with life itself. Before we begin, if you feel moved to do so, share with us what time it is where you are and from which corner of the world you're listening. There's something beautiful about knowing we're all gathered here together, scattered across time zones and continents, yet united in this quiet search for peace. Through gentle wisdom and timeless stories, we will find our way to a place where the mind can finally rest, where the endless commentary quiets, where sleep comes not as an escape but as a natural settling, like dust falling in still water. So find a comfortable position now. Let your body sink into whatever supports it. Gently close your eyes if you haven't already, or let your gaze soften to receive these words without effort. There is nowhere else you need to be, nothing else you need to do. Simply breathe, simply listen. And in this listening, something ancient and wise within you will remember the way home. Let us begin our first story. In a small village that sat nestled in a valley between 2 mountain ranges, there lived a potter named Kenji. He was not famous. He had never traveled to the capital to sell his work in the grand markets. He simply made pots and bowls for his neighbors, for the families he had known his entire life. Each morning, he would walk to his workshop, a small building behind his house where his father had worked and his grandfather before him. Kenji's hands knew clay the way a bird knows air. Without thinking, his fingers could feel whether the clay was too wet or too dry, too warm or too cool. He could shape a bowl in darkness if he needed to, guided only by the memory held in his palms. But despite this deep skill, despite decades of practice, Kenji had developed a problem that troubled him greatly. He had become afraid of mistakes. Each time he sat at his wheel to throw a pot, his mind would fill with worry. What if the wall collapses? What if the rim cracks? What if this one isn't as good as the last? He would work with his jaw clenched, his shoulders tight, holding his breath through the delicate moments. And increasingly, his fear would manifest exactly what he dreaded. The pot would wobble. The wall would thin too much in one spot. His anxiety would travel through his hands into the clay, and the piece would carry that tension in its very form. One day, after ruining 3 bowls in a single morning, Kenji sat in his workshop with his head in his clay-covered hands. An old woman appeared at his door. Her name was Grandmother Lin, and she was known throughout the region not for pottery, but for her quiet wisdom. People would come to her when they felt lost, when life had become too heavy. She had heard about Kenji's struggles from his wife, who was worried about him. "May I watch you work?" Grandmother Lin asked gently. Kenji nodded, too discouraged to wonder why she had come. He prepared fresh clay, centered it on the wheel, and began to pull up the walls of what would become a bowl. His hands were shaking slightly. His breath was shallow. Every movement was tight with the effort of trying to avoid error. After a few minutes, the inevitable happened. The clay twisted, collapsed inward, and the piece was ruined. "I can't do it anymore," Kenji said quietly. "Every time I try, I fail. I think about failing, and then I fail. It's as if my fear creates exactly what I fear." Grandmother Lin nodded slowly. "Tell me, when you first learned pottery as a boy, did you ever make mistakes?" "Of course," Kenji replied. "I made mistakes every single day. The clay wouldn't center, the walls would collapse. Everything I touched seemed to fall apart." "And what did you do when that happened?" Kenji thought back to those early years. "I would scrape up the clay, add it back to the pile, and try again. Sometimes the same thing would happen 5, 6, 7 times in a day. But I never thought about it much. It was just part of learning." "And were you afraid then?" "No," Kenji realized with surprise. "I wasn't afraid at all. I was excited. Each collapsed pot just meant I was one attempt closer to understanding." Grandmother Lin smiled. So what changed? The clay is the same. Your hands are actually more skilled now than they were then. What is different? Kenji sat with this question. The silence of the workshop settled around them, broken only by the distant sound of wind in the bamboo outside. Finally, he spoke. I began to think I should be beyond mistakes. I began to believe that a master potter shouldn't fail. I started judging each piece, each moment, comparing it to some idea of perfection. The joy of making became the fear of failing. The old woman reached down and picked up a piece of the collapsed clay. She held it in her weathered hands. This clay that just collapsed? Is it ruined forever? No, Kenji said. I'll wedge it again and use it for the next piece. So the mistake didn't destroy the clay. The clay remains clay, ready to become whatever you shape next. The only thing that was lost was your idea of what that particular piece should have been. She paused, letting this sink in. Your fear of mistakes has made you forget the most important truth about pottery, about life itself. Everything is always collapsing and being reformed. This is not failure. This is the nature of things. The clay teaches you this every single day, but you have stopped listening. Grandmother Lin set the clay down and looked directly at Kenji. For the next 7 days, I want you to make only mistakes. Come to your wheel each morning with the intention of making the worst pots you possibly can. Try to make them collapse. Try to make them uneven. Give yourself permission to create disaster. Kenji felt confused. But that's the opposite of what I should be doing. Something in her calm presence made Kenji nod. Yes, I trust you. Then do as I suggest. 7 days, make only terrible pots, and notice what happens. The next morning, Kenji came to his workshop with a strange feeling in his chest. Part of him felt foolish, part of him felt curious. He prepared his clay, sat at his wheel, and for the first time in months, he took a deep breath. If the goal was to make a terrible pot, then there was nothing to fear. He couldn't fail at failing. He began to work, and something unexpected happened. Without the pressure of perfection, his shoulders dropped, his jaw unclenched. He actually laughed when the first pot wobbled, because that was exactly what he was trying to do. He made the walls too thin on purpose. He let the rim go crooked. He created lumpy, lopsided, wonderfully disastrous pottery. By the 3rd day, something even stranger occurred. Because he wasn't afraid of mistakes, he found himself taking risks he would never have taken before. He tried pulling the walls thinner than he thought possible, just to see what would happen. He experimented with shapes that seemed too ambitious. And occasionally, in the midst of all this intentional disaster, he would create something unexpectedly beautiful. A bowl with walls so delicate they were almost translucent. A curve that surprised even him with its grace. The fear was gone, and without the fear, his hands remembered something they had forgotten. They remembered that pottery was play, that creation was exploration, that every collapsed pot was just clay returning to itself, ready to become something new. On the 7th day, Grandmother Lin returned. She found Kenji at his wheel, working with a lightness she hadn't seen before. He was fully present with the clay, responding to what it offered, rather than forcing it to match his expectations. When a piece began to wobble, he would simply smile, let it collapse, and begin again without judgment. "What did you discover?" she asked. Kenji looked up, his face bright with understanding. "I discovered that I wasn't actually afraid of making mistakes. I was afraid of what mistakes meant about me. I had tied my worth as a potter to every single piece I created. When a pot collapsed, I thought it meant I was collapsing. When the clay failed, I thought I was the failure." He gestured to the mound of clay beside him. But the clay doesn't carry that burden. It's just clay. It becomes a pot. It returns to formlessness. It becomes a pot again. It never judges itself. It never fears its own nature. I was trying to be something fixed and permanent, when everything around me was showing me that life is fluid, always changing, always ready to try again. Grandmother Lin nodded with deep satisfaction. Now you understand. The teaching was never about making better pots. It was about freeing yourself from the prison of perfectionism. When you let go of the need to be perfect, you become free to be present. And presence is where all real mastery lives. She turned to leave, then paused at the door. One more thing. The pots you make now, free from fear, they will carry something in them that your afraid pots never could. They will carry your freedom. People will feel it when they hold them, even if they can't name what they feel. Your hands will speak a truth into the clay that your worried mind could never articulate. After she left, Kenji sat quietly for a long moment. Then he returned to his wheel, picked up a fresh piece of clay, and began to work. Not trying to make something perfect, not trying to avoid mistakes, simply meeting the clay exactly as it was, moment by moment, breath by breath, with the deep trust that whatever emerged would be exactly what it needed to be. This story of Kenji and his clay holds within it a wisdom that extends far beyond pottery wheels and village workshops. It speaks to something fundamental about how we relate to our own lives, our own efforts, our own inevitable stumbling as we make our way through this world. How many of us have become like Kenji, so afraid of failing that we can no longer fully engage with what we're doing? The Buddha taught about this kind of suffering. He called it the suffering that comes from craving for things to be different than they are. Kenji was suffering not because he made mistakes, but because he couldn't accept that mistakes were part of the process. He had created an image of what a master potter should be, someone beyond error, and then he tortured himself for not matching that image. But look at what happened when he surrendered that image. When he gave himself permission to fail, he found freedom. The irony is beautiful and profound. By accepting imperfection, he actually became more skillful. By letting go of the fear of mistakes, he made fewer of them. This is not logical, but it is true. It is one of life's great paradoxes. Notice how this applies to your own life. Where are you holding yourself to an impossible standard? Where has your fear of failure become so great that it prevents you from fully showing up? Perhaps in your work, where you worry so much about doing things right that you've lost the joy of doing them at all. Perhaps in relationships, where you're so afraid of saying the wrong thing that you hold back your authentic self. Perhaps in your spiritual practice, where you judge every wandering thought as evidence that you're failing at meditation. The teaching is the same everywhere. Perfection is not the goal. Presence is the goal. And presence becomes possible only when we stop fighting with our own humanity, with our own tendency to stumble and fall and need to begin again. Let your breathing soften now as you take this in. Feel how your body knows how to breathe imperfectly. Each breath is slightly different, some deep, some shallow, some smooth, some rough. Your body has never been concerned with breathing perfectly. It simply breathes, again and again, meeting each moment with whatever breath is needed. This is your invitation, to live like clay, to allow yourself to be formed and reformed, to collapse and rise again without carrying the weight of judgment, to meet each moment not with the question, am I doing this right, but with the simple presence that says, here I am, ready to try, ready to fail, ready to learn, ready to begin again. Think about a child learning to walk. They fall hundreds of times. They stumble. They crash into furniture. They sit down hard on their padded diapers again and again and again. But do they judge themselves? Do they say, I'm terrible at walking, I should just give up? No. They simply get up and try again. There's no story about what their falling means. There's no identity wrapped up in whether they walk perfectly. There's just the natural learning process unfolding. Somewhere along the way to adulthood, we lose this. We develop this voice that judges every mistake as evidence of something fundamentally wrong with us. We attach our worth to our performance. We forget that we are not our successes or our failures. We are the awareness that witnesses both, the space in which all of it unfolds. Kenji's liberation came when he remembered what the clay had been trying to teach him all along. That form is temporary. That collapse is not the end but part of the cycle. That the willingness to begin again is more valuable than the illusion of never failing. His hands had always known this. His body had always known this. But his mind had gotten in the way with its stories and judgments and fears. This is what Grandmother Lin saw so clearly. She didn't need to teach Kenji new pottery techniques. She needed to help him unlearn the mental habits that were blocking his natural skill. The 7 days of intentional mistakes weren't about pottery at all. They were about breaking the spell of perfectionism, about loosening the tight grip of fear that was strangling his joy and his art. And notice what happened in that space of permission. When he was allowed to fail, he found freedom to experiment. When he let go of control, his hands found their own wisdom. When he stopped forcing outcomes, beauty emerged spontaneously. This is the paradox of trying too hard. The tighter we grip, the more elusive what we seek becomes. There's a famous Zen saying, "Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water." The activities are the same. What changes is the quality of presence we bring to them. Kenji was still making pots before and after Grandmother Lin's teaching. But before, he was making them in a prison of anxiety. After, he was making them in a field of freedom. This freedom is available to you right now. Not someday when you finally get good enough. Not in the future when you've mastered everything. Right now, in this moment, with whatever you're bringing to it. The breath you're breathing right now doesn't need to be perfect. The body you're resting in doesn't need to be different. The mind wandering through its thoughts doesn't need to be quieter or calmer or more spiritual. Everything is already workable, exactly as it is. This is the great relief. You don't need to fix yourself before you can begin. The beginning is accepting yourself as you are. Mistakes and all, collapse and reformation, again and again, like clay on the wheel. If you find yourself returning to this space when the night feels long and sleep seems distant, you're always welcome here. This practice of gentle acceptance, of letting go of perfection, it's something we can explore together. For those who want to continue this journey, Sleepy Monk is here whenever you need this reminder that you are enough, exactly as you are. Rest here for just a moment. Let the story of Kenji settle into the quiet spaces of your awareness. You don't need to hold on to it tightly, like clay. Let it take whatever shape it needs within you. Some part of you already understands what it means to be afraid of your own mistakes. Some part of you is ready to soften that fear. Now let us move into our second story, a tale that will take us deeper into the wisdom of acceptance and release. In a village by the banks of a wide river, there lived a merchant named Sato. He was not wealthy by the standards of the great city merchants, but by village standards, he had done well. He owned 3 boats that traveled up and down the river, trading rice and cloth and tools between villages. He had a large house with a beautiful garden. His children were healthy. His wife was devoted. By any measure, he should have been content. But Sato was not content. He was consumed by a fear so deep that it shaped every moment of his waking life. He was afraid of losing what he had. Every morning when he woke, his first thought was of the boats. What if there had been a storm in the night? What if one had struck a rock? What if thieves had come? He would rush to the river before dawn, checking on each vessel, running his hands along the hulls, searching for any sign of damage or trouble. His garden, which his wife tended lovingly, brought him no peace. He would walk through it seeing only threats. That branch could fall in the next wind. Those flowers would die when winter came. The beauty of the present moment was invisible to him, hidden behind his constant catalogue of future losses. At dinner, when his children would laugh and play, he couldn't enjoy their joy. He was already worried about their future. What if they became sick? What if they chose poorly when it came time to marry? What if the world changed and they couldn't adapt? His love for them had transformed into a kind of anxious grasping, a desperate need to control outcomes he could never control. His wife, Akiko, watched her husband disappear into this prison of worry. She remembered when he had been different, when he could laugh easily, when he could sit in the garden and simply enjoy the evening light. She missed that man. One night, after he had spent the entire dinner fretting about a business deal that might fall through, she spoke to him gently. "My love," she said, "when you hold sand in your hand, what happens if you squeeze it tightly?" Sato looked puzzled by the question. "It runs through your fingers," he answered. "The tighter you squeeze, the faster it escapes." "Yes," she said. "And what happens if you hold your hand open, palm up, and let the sand rest there?" He thought about this. "It stays, I suppose. As long as you keep your hand steady and open." Akiko reached across the table and took his hand. "You are squeezing our life," she said quietly. "You're squeezing our children, our home, your boats, everything. You're squeezing so tightly that you can't feel any of it anymore. All you feel is the tension in your own fist." Her words struck something deep inside him, but old habits don't dissolve with a single insight. That night, Sato lay awake as usual, his mind spinning through its familiar loops of worry. But now, Akiko's words echoed there too. Am I squeezing? Is this tension in my chest actually my own grip? The next morning, something unexpected happened. Sato went to the river as always, but when he arrived, he found that one of his boats had indeed been damaged. During the night, it had broken loose from its mooring and struck the wooden dock, cracking 3 planks on its side. The very thing he had feared every single morning had finally occurred. And standing there, looking at the damaged boat in the early dawn light, Sato felt something surprising: relief. For years, he had lived in fear of this moment. He had imagined it would destroy him, that the loss would be unbearable. But now that it had actually happened, he found that the reality was far less terrible than his endless anticipation of it. The boat was damaged, yes. It would cost money to repair. It would take time. But the world had not ended. The sun was still rising over the river, painting the water gold and pink. The birds were still singing in the willows along the bank. His heart was still beating in his chest. He was still here, still capable of dealing with what needed to be dealt with. More than that, he noticed something else. For the first time in years, his mind was quiet. There was nothing to worry about anymore, because the worried about thing had already happened. In that strange moment of relief, he felt something he had forgotten. He felt present. He felt alive in the actual moment, rather than lost in imagined futures. He sat down on the dock, letting his legs dangle over the edge, and he began to laugh. Not a bitter laugh, but something genuine and surprised. He had been so busy suffering over the possibility of loss that he had lost years of his actual life. He had been so busy protecting what he had that he had never really enjoyed having it. A fisherman who was preparing his nets nearby looked over at the merchant sitting by his damaged boat, laughing. "Are you all right, friend?" the fisherman called out. Sato looked up, and his eyes were bright with something that might have been tears, or might have been joy, or might have been both. "I think," he said slowly, "I think I might finally be starting to understand something important." Over the following weeks, as Sato arranged for the boat repair, he made a practice of noticing his grip on things. When he felt anxiety rising about his business, he would pause and ask himself, "Am I squeezing?" When he watched his children play and felt the familiar fear about their futures, he would deliberately soften. He would imagine opening his hand, letting them rest there in his palm without grasping. It wasn't easy. The habit of anxious control had been carved deep over many years. But gradually, something began to shift. He started to actually see his garden when he walked through it, not as a collection of things that would die, but as a living, breathing, present moment of color and fragrance. He began to hear his children's laughter, not as something precious that would inevitably be lost, but as a gift being offered right now. One evening, about 2 months after the boat incident, Sato sat in his garden with Akiko. The sun was setting, and the sky had turned that particular shade of purple that only lasts for a few minutes. In the past, this moment would have been tinged with sadness for him. The beautiful sky was proof that beauty fades. The fading light was evidence that everything ends. But tonight, something was different. He watched the color deepen and change, and he felt only gratitude. Not gratitude mixed with fear of losing it. Just gratitude, pure and simple, for being alive in this moment, to witness this sky. "Do you remember," Akiko said softly, "what you used to say when we first married, when we would sit like this?" Sato thought back. "I would say that I was the luckiest man alive." "Yes," she said. "And then you stopped saying it. I always wondered when that changed." Sato reached for her hand. "I think I stopped feeling lucky once I started being afraid of becoming unlucky. I forgot that luck isn't about what you have. It's about whether you can be present with what you have." They sat in silence as the purple faded to deep blue, then to the first stars. And Sato discovered something that would have seemed impossible to him just months before. He discovered that he could watch beauty fade and feel no sorrow, because the fading itself was beautiful. Because the impermanence of the moment was exactly what made it precious. Because nothing needed to last forever to be perfect right now. The damaged boat was repaired and returned to service. Business continued, sometimes good, sometimes less good. His children grew, as children do, and encountered their own difficulties and triumphs. The garden went through its seasons, flowering and dying back, flowering again. And through it all, Sato practiced what his wife had taught him. He practiced keeping his hand open. He practiced letting life rest in his palm without squeezing it into the shape he thought it should be. Years later, when a traveling monk came through the village and spoke about the Buddhist teaching of non-attachment, Sato listened with the recognition of someone hearing words put to an experience he already knew. The monk spoke of how suffering comes not from loss itself, but from our clinging to what we cannot keep. How we create our own torment by demanding that impermanent things be permanent. How freedom comes not from protecting ourselves from change, but from accepting change as the fundamental nature of existence. After the talk, Sato approached the monk. "I am not a religious man," he said. "I do not know the scriptures or the proper way to meditate, but I think I understand what you're teaching. I learned it from a broken boat and a wife who knew about sand." The monk smiled with the kind of warmth that comes from recognizing truth regardless of where it appears. "Then you are wiser than many who have studied for decades," he said, "because you learned it through living, not just through thinking. The Buddha's teaching is not meant to be a philosophy we admire from a distance. It's meant to be a truth we discover in our own experience, in the actual texture of our days. Tell me," the monk continued, "when you hold your life with an open hand now, does that mean you care less about what you have?" Sato considered this carefully. "No," he said. "I think I actually care more. When I was squeezing everything with fear, I wasn't really caring for my life. I was trying to control it. Now, when I tend my garden or repair my boats or talk with my children, I'm fully there. I'm not half disappeared into imagined futures. The love is cleaner somehow, less mixed with fear. That is the distinction many people miss," the monk said. "They think non-attachment means indifference, coldness, not caring. But true non-attachment is the opposite. It's loving fully while accepting that all things change. It's giving yourself completely to what is here while releasing your grip on how long it will stay or what form it will take next." The monk paused, looking out at the river where Sato's boats were moored. "You know," he said, "the river teaches this same lesson. It never tries to hold the water. It simply allows the water to flow through it. And because it doesn't hold on, it is never empty. The water keeps coming, keeps moving, keeps nourishing everything along its path. Your life can be like this river, always full, because you're not trying to possess what flows through it." This conversation between Sato and the traveling monk points us toward one of the most misunderstood teachings in Buddhism. When we hear about non-attachment or letting go, something in us recoils. We think it means we have to stop loving, stop caring, stop wanting anything. We imagine some cold, emotionless state where nothing matters. But this is not what the teaching means at all. Non-attachment means loving without grasping. It means caring deeply while accepting impermanence. It means giving yourself fully to the present moment without demanding that the moment last forever. It's not about closing your heart. It's about opening your hand. Think about how you hold a bird. If you squeeze it tightly, you'll crush it. If you don't hold it at all, it will fly away. The art is in holding it gently, supporting it, allowing it to rest in your palm while accepting that its nature is to fly. This is how we're invited to hold everything we love, everything we are, everything we have. Sato's transformation began with a damaged boat, but the real damage had been in his own mind all along. The boat could be repaired. The damage to his ability to be present, to enjoy his life, to really see his wife and children, that damage was being inflicted new every single day by his own fearful clinging. And notice what freed him. Not getting everything he wanted, not successfully preventing all loss, not achieving perfect control over his circumstances. What freed him was experiencing the very thing he feared and discovering he could survive it. Discovering that his catastrophic imaginings were so much worse than the actual reality of change and loss. This is often how freedom comes. Not through getting what we want, but through meeting what we fear and finding we are larger than it. Finding that life continues, that the sun still rises, that there is still beauty, still love, still the simple miracle of breath moving in and out of the body. Let yourself breathe now with this understanding. Notice if you're holding your breath, holding your body, holding anything with that quality of tight fear. See if you can soften just a little, not abandoning anything, just loosening your grip, opening your hand, letting what is here rest in your palm without squeezing it. What in your life are you trying to protect by squeezing it? What relationship are you holding so tightly that you can't feel it anymore? What dream are you gripping so hard that it's escaping through your fingers like sand? What if you could love it all just as much, maybe even more, while holding it more gently? The practice is simple, but not easy. Throughout your day, notice the tension that comes from trying to control what cannot be controlled. Notice the anxiety that arises from demanding that impermanent things be permanent. And in those moments, take a breath, soften, open your hand, not giving up, not becoming passive, just releasing the desperate grip that creates so much of our suffering. Sato learned this from a boat and a wife, and eventually from a monk who confirmed what he had discovered. But you can learn it right now, right here, in this moment. You don't need to wait for something to break. You don't need permission from a teacher. You only need to notice where you're squeezing and make the gentle choice to soften. There's a beautiful teaching in Zen about carrying water in a bucket. If you carry the bucket rigidly, with your whole body tensed against spilling, you'll actually spill more. The tension creates stiffness, and stiffness creates jerky movements that slosh the water. But if you carry the bucket with relaxed strength, with supple awareness, the water stays calm. You move with it rather than against it. This is how Sato learned to carry his life. Not with the rigid tension of fear, but with the relaxed strength of acceptance. He still cared about his boats. He still loved his family. He still worked to provide and protect. But he did it all with an open hand, with the understanding that some things would be lost no matter how carefully he carried them, and that this loss was not a failure but simply the nature of existence. His children noticed the change in him. Where once he had been quick to warn them about dangers, quick to restrict their exploration out of fear, now he allowed them more freedom. He still guided them, still protected them from genuine harm, but he no longer tried to shield them from every possible disappointment or difficulty. He understood that they needed to learn to carry their own lives, and that meant letting them stumble sometimes. One day, his youngest son came home with tears streaming down his face. He had been playing with a wooden boat his grandfather had carved for him, and it had gotten caught in the current and swept away downriver. The boy was inconsolable. "I lost it," he sobbed. Grandfather's boat is gone forever. In the past, Sato might have immediately tried to fix the situation. He would have rushed to retrieve the boat, or promised to have another one carved, or perhaps scolded the boy for being careless. But now, he simply sat down beside his son and put an arm around him. "It hurts to lose something you love, doesn't it?" Sato said gently. The boy nodded, still crying. "Tell me, what do you remember most about that boat?" Through his tears, the boy began to talk. He remembered the smooth wood under his fingers, the way it had bobbed in the water, the afternoons spent sailing it in the calm pools by the riverbank, the pride he felt showing it to his friends. As he spoke, his crying began to slow. The memories were still there, still his, even though the boat was gone. "Those memories," Sato said softly, "the joy you felt playing with that boat, can anyone take that away? Can the river carry that downstream?" The boy thought about this. "No," he said quietly. "I still have all the happy times. Yes. And someday, when you're grown with children of your own, you might carve them a boat and remember your grandfather and this boat that sailed away. Everything that happens becomes part of you. Nothing is ever truly lost, because it all becomes part of your story, part of what shaped you." The boy leaned against his father, and they sat together in silence. The grief was still there, but it was softer now, held in a larger understanding. Not pushed away, not fixed, just allowed to be what it was. This moment with his son showed Sato how far he had come. A few years earlier, he would have been as devastated as the boy, perhaps more so. The loss of his father's handiwork would have felt unbearable, but now he could hold space for his son's grief without being overwhelmed by his own. He could acknowledge the loss while also seeing the gifts that remained. Akiko watched from the doorway, and her heart filled with gratitude. She had married a good man, but worry had been stealing him away piece by piece. Now, watching him comfort their son with such presence and wisdom, she felt like she was seeing the man she married, only deeper, only more fully himself. That night, as they prepared for sleep, she told him this. "You've changed," she said simply. "You're here now, in a way. You weren't before." Sato smiled in the darkness. "I think I finally understood what you were trying to teach me," he said. "About the sand, about the squeezing. I spent so many years afraid of losing things that I couldn't actually enjoy having them. I was like someone invited to a feast who spends the whole time worrying about when the food will run out instead of tasting what's in front of them." "And what do you taste now?" Akiko asked. "Everything," he said. "The softness of this pillow, the sound of your breathing beside me, the cool air coming through the window, the fact that our children are safe in their beds. I'm not thinking about tomorrow's problems or yesterday's mistakes. I'm just here, and here is enough." They lay in comfortable silence, and Sato felt something he hadn't felt in years. He felt at peace. Not because everything was perfect, not because all his fears had been proven wrong, but because he had stopped fighting with the truth that some things cannot be controlled, and, in that surrender, he had found a deeper kind of strength. The teaching that Sato learned is one that the Buddha himself spoke of frequently. He called it the teaching of impermanence, of anicca. Everything that arises also passes away. Everything that comes together will eventually come apart. This is not a pessimistic teaching. It's simply a realistic one. And when we truly understand it, when we feel it in our bones, rather than just thinking it with our minds, it transforms how we live. When we accept impermanence, we stop wasting energy trying to freeze time. We stop exhausting ourselves trying to make temporary things permanent. We become like the river the monks spoke of, allowing life to flow through us without trying to dam it up and control it. And paradoxically, this letting go allows us to be more fully engaged with life, not less. Think about watching a sunset. If you spend the whole time photographing it, trying to capture it, worrying that you won't remember it correctly, you might miss the actual experience of the colors changing, the light shifting, the day releasing into night. But if you simply watch, fully present, letting each moment be what it is without trying to hold on to it, the experience becomes vivid, alive, etched into your being in a way no photograph could achieve. This is what Sato discovered. By opening his hand, by releasing his grip on outcomes, he found he could actually experience his life more fully. His love for his family deepened because it was no longer mixed with the constant anxiety of potential loss. His enjoyment of simple moments expanded because he wasn't always mentally cataloging what could go wrong. And notice that this didn't make him careless or passive. He still maintained his boats. He still worked hard. He still provided for his family and taught his children wisdom. But he did it all from a place of presence rather than panic, from love rather than fear. There's a question that can help us practice this kind of openness. When you notice yourself gripping tightly, trying to control something, you can ask, if this were the last time I would experience this, how would I hold it? If this were your last conversation with someone you love, would you spend it worrying about future conversations, or would you be fully present for this one? If this were your last meal, would you eat it while thinking about tomorrow's menu, or would you taste it completely? Of course, we don't know when anything will be the last time. That's precisely the point. Every moment could be the last time. Every experience is unique and unrepeatable. This sunset happening right now will never happen again. This breath you're breathing is one of a limited number you'll take in this lifetime. This conversation, this task, this ordinary moment, it's all precious beyond measure because it's finite. When we really feel this, not as a morbid thought but as a wake-up call, life becomes more vivid. We stop sleepwalking through our days. We stop postponing presence until some imagined future when things are finally the way we think they should be. We show up now, for what is, as it is. Sato's story teaches us that the things we fear losing are already lost. In a sense, everything is always in the process of passing away. The flower is already wilting from the moment it blooms. The child is already growing from the moment they're born. The moment is already becoming memory even as it happens. This is not sad unless we resist it. When we accept it, it becomes the very thing that makes life precious. Imagine if flowers lasted forever. Would we treasure them the same way? Would we pause to really see them if they never changed? It's their temporary nature that makes them so beautiful, so worthy of our attention. The cherry blossoms of Japan are celebrated precisely because they last only a few weeks. Their brief appearance is a reminder to be present, to not miss this fleeting beauty. Your life is like those cherry blossoms, brief, unrepeatable, infinitely precious because it's finite. Every person you love, every experience you have, every ordinary moment of breathing and being alive, it's all a temporary flowering. And you can meet this truth with terror, spending your days in anxious grasping, or you can meet it with wonder, spending your days in grateful presence. Sato chose wonder, he chose presence, and in doing so, he found that life opened up in ways he had never imagined possible. The very impermanence he had feared became the gateway to a deeper appreciation, a richer engagement, a more authentic love. Let yourself rest in this understanding now. Feel the weight of your body settling into whatever supports it. Notice the breath moving through you, this breath that will never come again in exactly this way. Can you be with it without trying to hold on to it? Can you experience it fully, knowing it will pass? This is the practice. This moment, this breath, this simple being here. Not trying to make it last forever. Not trying to turn it into something it's not. Just opening your hand and letting it rest there, alive and temporary and perfect exactly as it is. The teaching of the open hand, the teaching that Akiko gave to Sato through her simple question about sand. This teaching appears in many forms throughout Buddhist wisdom. Sometimes it's spoken of as non-attachment, sometimes as letting go, sometimes as acceptance or surrender. But all these words point to the same essential truth, that suffering comes not from life's changes, but from our resistance to those changes. We live in a world that constantly tells us the opposite. We're encouraged to grasp, to accumulate, to hold tight to everything we acquire. We're taught that security comes from control, that love means possession, that success means making things permanent. But this approach creates the very suffering it claims to protect us from. Sato discovered what happens when we release that approach. He found that his boats were safer when he wasn't constantly hovering over them in panic. His family relationships deepened when he stopped trying to control their every move. His business actually improved because he could make clearer decisions when he wasn't paralyzed by fear of every possible outcome. This is the paradox at the heart of the teaching. By letting go, we actually take better care of things. By accepting impermanence, we become more present and engaged. By opening our hand, we find we can hold more than we could when our fist was clenched tight. And here's something even more profound that Sato learned through his journey. The fear of loss, the anxiety about things changing, these feelings were actually preventing him from fully having what he already possessed. He owned 3 boats, but he never enjoyed them because he was always worried about losing them. He had a beautiful garden, but he couldn't see its beauty through his catalogue of potential disasters. He had healthy, happy children, but he was too busy imagining future problems to delight in their present joy. So in a very real sense, his grasping had already created the loss he feared. He had lost the ability to actually experience his life. The tragedy wasn't that things might be taken from him someday. The tragedy was that his fear had already taken them from him, long before any actual loss occurred. This is what happens to so many of us. We sacrifice the present moment on the altar of an imagined future. We miss what is because we're so busy worrying about what might be. We lose today in our anxiety about tomorrow. And then, when tomorrow comes and becomes today, we lose that too in worry about the next tomorrow. It's an endless cycle of absence from our own lives. But it doesn't have to be this way. Sato proved that. He showed that it's possible to break this cycle, to return to presence, to open the hand and discover that what rests there is enough, more than enough, everything. The practice he developed of asking himself, "Am I squeezing?" became a lifelong companion. Years after his conversation with the monk, when he was an old man, he would still check in with himself throughout the day. When he felt tension rising, when anxiety began its familiar spiral, he would pause and bring awareness to his internal state. Almost always, he would find that he was indeed squeezing something, trying to force an outcome, resisting a reality, demanding that something temporary be permanent. And in that recognition, he could soften, he could open his hand, not every time perfectly, not without sometimes falling back into old patterns. But more and more, the default setting of his consciousness shifted from grasping to allowing, from resistance to acceptance, from fear to trust. One of his children asked him once, late in his life, what the secret was to the peace he seemed to carry. Sato thought about this for a long time before answering. "I think," he finally said, "the secret is remembering that I am not separate from the river. I am not standing on the bank trying to control the current. I am in the river. I am part of the flow. When I remember this, I can stop struggling and start swimming." His child didn't fully understand this answer at the time. But years later, facing their own struggles with change and loss, they would remember these words and finally grasp what their father had been trying to share. The wisdom that we are not separate from life, fighting against it, but part of it, moving with it. That resistance is optional. That opening is always possible. Now, as you rest here in this quiet space, feeling the gentle rhythm of your own breathing, you might notice what you're holding tightly. Not with your hands, but with your mind. What are you squeezing? What future loss are you defending against right now? What temporary thing are you trying to make permanent? You don't need to force anything to change. Just notice. Bring gentle awareness to where tension lives in your body, in your thoughts, in your relationship to your life. And in that noticing, you might find that something naturally begins to soften. Not because you're trying to make it soften, but because awareness itself is a kind of opening. The breath moves in, the breath moves out. Nothing stays, everything flows. And in this flowing, there is a peace that surpasses the small peace of getting what you want. There is the vast peace of accepting what is. If these teachings are serving you, if you find yourself drawn back to this space when the world feels heavy, you can keep exploring this path with us. The Sleepy Monk family continues to grow with people who understand that true rest comes not from escaping life, but from finally stopping the fight with it. Let yourself settle deeper now. Sato's story has given you everything it needs to give. Let it work in you the way rain works in soil, slowly, quietly, nourishing seeds you didn't even know were planted. We have walked through 2 teachings now. The teaching of the clay, which showed us that mistakes are not failures, but part of the natural cycle of learning and creating. The teaching of the open hand, which revealed that our grasping creates more suffering than any actual loss ever could. These truths are settling into you now, whether you notice it consciously or not. Like seeds in fertile ground, they will grow in their own time. Our third and final story takes us deeper still, into the heart of what it means to truly see. Not with our eyes, but with the awareness that lies behind seeing. This is a story about a teacher and a student, about blindness and sight, about the difference between looking and truly perceiving. In a monastery that sat high in the mountains, where clouds would sometimes drift through the meditation hall itself, there lived a Zen master named Hakuin. He was old now, his face deeply lined, his back curved from decades of sitting in meditation, but his eyes still held a brightness that made people feel both seen and safe in his presence. Students came from across the country to study with Hakuin. Some stayed for months, others for years. They came seeking enlightenment, seeking peace, seeking answers to questions that burned in their hearts. And Hakuin would receive them all with the same gentle welcome, the same careful attention. One autumn, a young man named Taro arrived at the monastery gates. He was 23 years old, brilliant, ambitious, and deeply frustrated. He had studied Buddhism at the university. He had read all the important texts. He could recite sutras from memory and explain complex philosophical concepts with ease. But something was missing. All his knowledge felt empty somehow, like beautiful containers with nothing inside them. Taro requested an interview with Hakuin, and the old master agreed to see him. They sat together in a small room that looked out over the mountainside. Mist was rolling through the valleys below. Taro bowed respectfully and then launched into his questions. He wanted to know about emptiness and form. He wanted to understand the nature of mind. He wanted explanations for all the paradoxes and contradictions he had encountered in his studies. Hakuin listened patiently, nodding occasionally, saying nothing. When Taro finally paused to take a breath, the master asked a simple question. "Tell me, what do you see when you look out this window?" Taro glanced at the window, barely focusing. "I see mountains, clouds, trees, sky." He said this quickly, dismissively, eager to return to what he considered the real conversation about profound spiritual matters. Hakuin nodded slowly. "Look again," he said. "Tell me what you actually see." Taro felt a flash of impatience. This seemed like a waste of time. But out of respect for the master, he looked more carefully. "I see mountains in the distance, pine trees on the slopes, mist moving through the valley, the sky above, some birds flying." He listed these things mechanically, like items on a checklist, clearly wondering what this had to do with his spiritual questions. "And what else?" Hakuin asked. "What else is there?" Taro replied, confused. "That's what's there. Mountains, trees, clouds, sky." The old master smiled gently. "You know the names of things," he said. "But I asked you what you see. You have given me concepts, labels, categories. You have told me about mountains and trees, but you have not told me what you actually perceive in this moment." Taro felt defensive now. "I don't understand what you mean. I described exactly what I see." Hakuin gestured toward the window. Do you see that pine tree on the near slope? The one with the twisted trunk? Yes. Describe it to me as if I were blind and had never seen a tree. Taro opened his mouth to speak, then closed it. He looked at the tree again. How do you describe a tree to someone who has never seen one? He started several times and stopped. It's tall. No, that's just a label. It's green. Another label. It grows upward. Still not actually describing the immediate sensory experience. He sat in silence, looking at the tree, really looking at it for perhaps the first time in his life. And he began to notice things he had never noticed before. The way the light caught on certain needles and made them almost luminous. The particular angle of that one branch reaching out as if grasping for something. The texture of the bark, rough and complex. The way the tree seemed both solid and somehow alive with movement, even though it was rooted in place. The longer he looked, the more impossible it became to put into words. The tree was not any of the labels he had for it. It was this particular presence, this specific being, existing in this moment of light and air, and his own awareness receiving it. Hakuin watched the young man's face change as he looked. Something was opening in Taro. The hard shell of his conceptual knowledge was beginning to crack. After a long silence, Taro turned back to the master. I don't know how to describe it, he admitted quietly. Good, Hakuin said. Now you are beginning to see. When you don't know how to describe something, when you encounter the limits of your concepts and labels, you are finally meeting reality itself. Everything you studied, all those texts and teachings, they were trying to point you toward this direct experience. But you were so busy studying the pointing finger that you never looked at what it was pointing toward. Taro felt something shifting inside him, a kind of humility he had never experienced before. He had come to the monastery thinking he knew so much. Now he was discovering he had been blind. The master continued. You asked me about emptiness and form. You wanted explanations. But explanations are just more concepts, more labels. If I explain emptiness to you, you will think you understand it. You will add it to your collection of ideas. But the actual experience of emptiness that requires this, he gestured to the window. It requires learning to see without the filter of all your knowing. Over the following weeks, Hakuin gave Taro a strange practice. Each day, he was to sit by that same window for 2 hours and simply look. Not meditate in the formal sense, not close his eyes and focus on his breath. Just look, see, pay attention to what was actually there. At first, Taro found this practice unbearably boring. His mind would wander. He would start thinking about lunch, or about the texts he wanted to discuss with the master, or about whether he was doing this correctly. But Hakuin had been clear. Just look. Notice when thinking takes you away, and gently return to seeing. Gradually, something began to happen. The familiar scene outside the window started to become new. He noticed that the mist moved in patterns, that it had different qualities at different times of day. He saw that the trees were not just trees, but individual beings, each with its own character. That branch growing in that particular way. That pattern of needles catching light. He started to perceive the spaces between things. The air itself became visible to him in a way it never had before. And most surprisingly, he began to notice his own seeing. He became aware that there was an awareness watching the scene, that behind all the perceptions, there was something perceiving, something that couldn't be labeled or categorized, something that was always here, always now, always simply present. One morning, about a month into this practice, Taro was sitting by the window as usual. A bird landed on a branch of that twisted pine tree. It was just a small gray bird, nothing special. But in that moment, Taro saw it with such clarity that time seemed to stop. The bird was not separate from the tree. The tree was not separate from the mist behind it. The mist was not separate from his seeing of it. The seeing was not separate from the awareness that knew the seeing was happening. It was all one thing, one seamless happening, And he was not outside of it looking in. He was part of it. The bird, the tree, the mist, the awareness, all of it was one continuous flow of reality expressing itself. Tears began to roll down Taro's face. Not sad tears, not happy tears, just tears that came from somewhere deep, from some place that had finally cracked open after years of being sealed behind concepts and ideas. When he went to see Hakuin that afternoon, he didn't know how to talk about what had happened, but the master saw it in his face immediately. "Ah," Hakuin said simply, "you have finally looked." Taro bowed deeply. "I thought I knew what seeing was," he said. "I thought I understood what the teachings were pointing to, but I was blind. I was so busy thinking about reality that I couldn't actually experience it." The old master nodded. "This is the greatest barrier for intelligent people. Their intelligence becomes a prison. They can understand anything, conceptually. But concepts are not the thing itself. The map is not the territory. The menu is not the meal. All your studies gave you very detailed maps, but you forgot to actually take the journey." "What do I do now?" Taro asked. "How do I keep this? How do I make sure I don't lose this?" Hakuin laughed gently. "And there you go again. Trying to grasp, trying to control, trying to make a temporary experience permanent. This is the next lesson. Whatever you saw this morning, it was just this morning's seeing. Tomorrow morning will bring tomorrow's seeing. You don't need to keep anything. You only need to keep looking, keep meeting reality fresh in each moment." But over the following months, Taro did find that something had fundamentally shifted. He couldn't unsee what he had seen. The direct experience of interconnectedness, of non-separation, it had changed the basic operating system of his consciousness. He still had thoughts. He still used concepts and labels. But he no longer mistook them for reality itself. He knew the difference now between the map and the territory. His study of texts became different. When he read about emptiness now, he wasn't collecting information. He was recognizing something he had directly tasted. The words became doorways rather than destinations, pointers rather than answers. And he noticed something else. The constant frustration he had carried, that sense of something missing, it had dissolved. Not because he had found some ultimate answer, but because he had stopped living in his head and started living in direct experience. The questions he had been so desperate to answer suddenly seemed less urgent, not because they weren't important, but because the act of living, of simply being present, was so much richer than any answer could be. One day, about 6 months into his stay at the monastery, Taro was walking through the forest. It was early spring, and everything was beginning to bloom. He stopped on the path and realized he had no idea where he was going or why. He had left his room to go somewhere, but in the walking itself, the purpose had fallen away. He was just standing on a forest path, feeling the coolness of the air, hearing birds singing in the canopy above, seeing light filtering through new leaves. And it was enough, more than enough. It was everything. This is what all those texts were trying to tell me, he thought. This simple being here, this direct taste of existence. But I couldn't hear it through all my thinking about it. When Taro eventually left the monastery to return to his life in the city, he carried something with him that couldn't be taken away. Not a collection of insights or spiritual experiences, not a set of beliefs or philosophical positions, but a way of seeing. A remembrance that beneath all the concepts and interpretations, there is always this direct, immediate reality, always available, always fresh. Years later, when he became a teacher himself, he would often tell his students about that twisted pine tree, about sitting by the window day after day, learning to see what was actually there rather than what his mind said was there, about the bird that broke open his heart simply by being exactly what it was. And he would give them the same practice Hakuin had given him, not as a meditation technique, not as a path to some special state, but as a way of remembering what they had forgotten. That life is not a problem to be solved or a concept to be understood. It is an experience to be lived, a seeing to be seen, a presence to be present with. Stop reading about the flower, he would tell them. Go look at an actual flower. Don't think about what the sutras say about impermanence. Watch something actually change. Don't analyze your experience of this moment. Actually have the experience. This teaching that Hakuin gave to Taro is one of the most essential and most overlooked teachings in all of Buddhist practice. We live almost entirely in our concepts about reality rather than in reality itself. We spend our days lost in thoughts about life instead of actually living. We interpret, analyze, categorize, and judge everything we encounter. And in doing so, we miss the direct, unfiltered experience of existence. Think about how you move through your day. How often are you actually present with what you're doing? When you eat, are you tasting the food? Or are you thinking about something else, planning your next task, scrolling through your phone? When someone talks to you, are you truly listening to their words, their tone, their presence? Or are you preparing your response, judging what they're saying, or mentally elsewhere? Most of us live like Taro did before his awakening. We're so busy thinking about life that we forget to actually live it. We collect ideas about peace instead of experiencing peace. We study teachings about presence instead of being present. We read about enlightenment instead of seeing the enlightenment that's already here in the simple act of awareness, aware of itself. This is why Hakuin's teaching was so radical. He didn't give Taro more concepts to add to his collection. He gave him a practice that undermined the entire project of conceptual accumulation. Just look, just see, just be with what is, as it is, without the constant overlay of thought. And notice what happened when Taro finally did this. He didn't gain some special knowledge. He didn't achieve some elevated state. He simply saw what was already there, the interconnectedness, the aliveness, the simple miracle of existence happening. It had always been there. He had just been too busy thinking about it to notice it. This points to something the Buddha taught again and again. That enlightenment is not something you achieve or acquire. It's something you uncover. It's not a matter of adding more understanding. It's a matter of removing the obscurations that prevent you from seeing what's already true. And the primary obscuration is this constant thinking, this relentless interpretation and categorization of experience. When you look at a tree and immediately think, tree, you've already moved away from the direct perception. You've replaced the living reality with a mental label. You're no longer seeing the tree, you're seeing your concept of tree. But when you look without labeling, when you allow perception to happen without immediately capturing it in language, something opens up. The world becomes fresh again, new. You see things you've looked at 1,000 times, as if for the first time. Because in a very real sense, it is the first time. This tree in this light in this moment has never existed before and will never exist again. This is what Taro discovered by that window, that everything is unique, everything is fresh, everything is appearing and disappearing in each moment. But we miss it because we're so busy relating to our stale concepts about things instead of the things themselves. Let yourself experiment with this right now. Whatever you can hear in this moment, the sound of these words, or perhaps other sounds around you, can you hear them without naming them? Can you experience the pure sensation of sound waves moving through air, touching your ears, being translated into electrical signals in your brain, all of it happening so fast, so mysteriously? Can you meet this miracle without reducing it to traffic noise, or voice, or any other label? Or feel the sensation of your body resting, not thinking, I am lying down, or this is my bed. Just the pure experience of pressure, temperature, weight, texture, the raw data of sensation before the mind interprets it and files it away under familiar categories. This is the practice Hakuin was teaching, this return to direct experience. this willingness to meet life before the mind wraps it in language and concepts. And it's available always, not just during formal meditation, not just in special moments, but right now, in this ordinary moment of breathing and being alive. The mystery is always here. The miracle is always present. We just miss it because we're so busy thinking about it. Taro's transformation wasn't dramatic in the way we usually imagine spiritual breakthroughs. He didn't suddenly develop magical powers or achieve some permanent state of bliss. He simply learned to see. And in seeing, he found the peace he had been searching for through all those texts and teachings. Because here's what he discovered. The anxiety, the frustration, the sense of something missing, all of it lived in the gap between reality and his thoughts about reality. When he was lost in concepts, he was suffering. When he returned to direct experience, the suffering dissolved. Not because experience was always pleasant, but because direct experience doesn't create the kind of existential suffering that comes from believing our thoughts about how things should be. The pine tree outside Hakuin's window existed in perfect peace. Not because its life was easy. It faced wind and cold and drought and insects. But it didn't have thoughts about how it should be different. It didn't compare itself to other trees. It didn't worry about the future or regret the past. It simply grew in response to conditions, bent in response to wind, dropped needles when the time came, and produced new growth when spring arrived. This is what Taro saw when he really looked at that tree. He saw a teaching about how to live, not by becoming a tree, but by understanding that the peace he was seeking wasn't in getting his thoughts right or his understanding perfect. It was in learning to live more from direct experience and less from conceptual interpretation. After Taro left the monastery, he would sometimes catch himself slipping back into old patterns. His mind would start spinning with analysis, with worries, with plans and interpretations. But now, he had a tool. He would remember that window. He would remember the practice of just looking. And he would bring himself back to direct experience. What do I actually see right now? What do I actually feel? What is actually happening beyond my story about what's happening? And every time he did this, without fail, he would find that the present moment was workable. It might not be what he wanted. It might be difficult or uncomfortable, but it was real. And there was a kind of stability in that reality that his thoughts could never provide. One of his students once asked him, "But isn't thinking important? Don't we need to analyze and plan and understand things conceptually?" "Of course," Taro replied. "Thinking is a valuable tool. The problem isn't thinking itself. The problem is mistaking thinking for living. It's like mistaking a hammer for a house. The hammer is useful for building the house, but you can't live in the hammer. Use thoughts as tools," he would teach. Use them when they're helpful for navigating practical matters. But don't confuse the map with the territory. Don't mistake your thoughts about life for life itself. And remember to put the tool down sometimes and actually experience what you're here to experience. This teaching about direct seeing is especially important in our current age. We live in a time when we're constantly consuming information about life rather than living it. We read about experiences instead of having them. We scroll through images of beautiful places instead of going to beautiful places. We study wisdom teachings instead of embodying wisdom. And even in our spiritual practices, we can fall into this trap. We can become experts on meditation without actually meditating. We can know everything about Buddhism without ever tasting the direct experience that the Buddha was pointing toward. We can have elaborate philosophical understanding of concepts like emptiness and interdependence without ever directly perceiving these truths. Hakuin understood this danger. That's why he gave Taro such a simple, direct practice. Not something complex that would engage his brilliant analytical mind, but something so simple that it bypassed analysis entirely. Just look, just see, just be with what is. And that's the invitation being offered to you right now. Not to understand this teaching conceptually, not to add it to your collection of spiritual ideas, but to actually practice it, to stop reading about the present moment and actually be present. Can you feel your breath moving in your body right now? Not think about it, actually feel it. The cool air entering your nostrils, the gentle expansion of your chest or belly, the natural pause at the top of the inhale, the releasing of the exhale. All of this happening by itself, without your effort, a miracle of biological intelligence that's been keeping you alive since the moment you were born. Can you feel the weight of your body, the pressure of contact with whatever surface supports you? Not as an idea, but as actual sensation. The temperature of that contact, the quality of the texture, the way pressure is distributed across different parts of your body. This is direct experience. This is what Taro learned to access through his practice by the window. This ground of immediate reality that exists before and beneath all our thinking about it. And when you rest here, even for a moment, something settles. Not because you've figured anything out, but because you've stopped needing to figure things out. You've stopped living in the problem-solving mind and started resting in the experiencing being. This teaching isn't asking you to stop thinking forever. That would be impossible and unnecessary. The mind is designed to think, but you can learn to recognize when thinking is useful and when it's simply creating suffering. When you're caught in loops of worry about the future or regret about the past, that thinking isn't serving you. It's taking you away from the only moment you can actually live in, which is this one. Taro learned to recognize these patterns. He noticed when his mind was spinning stories that increased his suffering. And in those moments, he would use the practice Hakuin taught him. He would return to direct perception. He would look at something, really look at it, and let the thinking mind quiet for a moment. Or he would feel his breath, actually feel it, not think about it. Or he would listen to sounds without labeling them. These simple acts of returning to direct experience became his anchor, his refuge, the place he could always return to when life felt overwhelming or confusing. Because the present moment, when met directly without the overlay of constant interpretation, is always manageable. It's always here. It's always now. The twisted pine tree that Taro stared at for so many hours became like an old friend to him. Even years later, when he was back in the city teaching students of his own, he would sometimes close his eyes and remember that tree. The particular way that one branch reached out. The texture of the bark. The needles catching light. And in remembering it, he would return to that quality of seeing. That directness. That presence. One winter evening, many years after leaving the monastery, Taro received news that Hakuin had died. He sat with this information, feeling the grief that naturally arose. His teacher was gone. That particular expression of wisdom and compassion had completed its time in this world. The sadness was real and appropriate. But then, he did what Hakuin had taught him to do. He looked out his own window at the winter scene. Snow was falling, each flake visible in the lamplight, and he saw with the eyes his teacher had given him. He saw the snow not as snow, but as this particular movement of white against dark. This specific dance of frozen water finding its way to earth, each flake unique, each moment of falling unrepeatable. And in that seeing, he felt Hakuin's presence. Not as a ghost or a memory, but as a quality of awareness. The direct seeing itself was the teacher. It had always been the teacher. Hakuin had just helped him remember how to access it. He sat by that window for a long time, watching snow fall, and he understood something new, that everything Hakuin had taught him was still here. It was in the practice of looking, in the willingness to meet life directly, in the courage to be present with what is. The teacher's body was gone, but the teaching was alive in every moment that Taro chose to really see, really be here, really live. This is the gift that direct experience offers. It connects us to something that doesn't die when bodies die. Not in some mystical or supernatural sense, but in a very practical way. The capacity for awareness, for presence, for direct seeing, this is always available. It's the one constant in a world of constant change. When Taro looked at snow falling, he was accessing the same awareness that Hakuin had accessed, looking at mist in the mountains. The same, awareness that the Buddha accessed under the Bodhi tree 2,500 years ago. The same awareness that you're accessing right now as you take in these words. It's not personal. It's not your awareness in the sense of being separate from anyone else's. It's the awareness itself, expressing through this particular body, this particular moment, this particular perspective. And this awareness, when we rest in it, has a quality of peace that doesn't depend on circumstances. Not because it's numb or detached, but because it's not caught in the constant struggle between what is and what we think should be. It simply receives what is, as it is, with a kind of fundamental okayness. This is what all three of our stories tonight have been pointing toward. Kenji learned to meet his pottery practice with acceptance rather than fear. Sato learned to hold his life with an open hand rather than a clenched fist. And Taro learned to see reality directly rather than through the filter of constant conceptual thinking. Three different stories, three different teachings, but all pointing to the same essential truth. That peace comes from meeting life as it is, not as we wish it were, not as we fear it might become, but as it actually is, right here, right now, in this direct, immediate experience. Let yourself settle more deeply now. You've traveled through these three teachings, and they've done their work in you whether you fully understand them or not. Like seeds planted in fertile soil, they'll grow in their own time. Feel the gentle rhythm of your breath. Notice how it requires no effort from you. The body breathes itself. The heart beats itself. Life continues whether you're thinking about it or not. This is the teaching beneath all the teachings, that you are held. You are part of something much larger than your small story of self. You are an expression of the same awareness that flows through everything. Taro would sometimes sit with students who were struggling, who felt stuck or confused or far from any kind of peace. And he would ask them the same question Hakuin once asked him, "What do you see right now?" And they would give him the same kind of answer he once gave, descriptions, labels, concepts, and he would smile with recognition and say, "Look again, tell me what you actually perceive before your mind names it." This practice never got old for him. Every time he did it, every time he returned to direct seeing, it was fresh, new, because it was always a different moment, different light, different awareness, meeting different conditions. The practice itself was alive, not a repetitive technique, but a genuine encounter with the living present. And he noticed something over the years, that the students who benefited most from his teaching weren't necessarily the ones who were most intellectually gifted. Often, it was the simpler people, the ones who hadn't read all the books, the ones who didn't have elaborate philosophical frameworks. They could drop into direct experience more easily because they had less conceptual baggage to see through. This was humbling for Taro to discover, that his own brilliance, the thing he had been most proud of, had actually been his greatest obstacle, and that the path forward had required not learning more, but unlearning. Not adding understanding, but removing the filters that prevented direct perception. There was a woman who came to his teaching center, an elderly woman who worked cleaning houses. She hadn't had much formal education. She knew almost nothing about Buddhism, but she came because she said the world felt heavy to her and she hoped to find some lightness. Taro gave her the same practice Hakuin had given him. Find something you see every day, he told her, and practice really looking at it, not thinking about it, just seeing it. She chose a tree in the small park where she ate her lunch each day. And she began the practice. She would sit on her bench, eat her simple meal, and look at the tree. Really look at it. Within 2 weeks, she came back to see Taro. Her face was different, softer, more open. She sat down and said, "I understand now why you wanted me to do this. I've walked past that tree for 5 years. I've sat under it hundreds of times, but I never actually saw it until now. I never noticed the way the bark has these patterns like rivers, or how the light comes through the leaves different every day, or how alive it is, really alive." She paused, and tears came to her eyes. And I realized I've been doing the same thing with my whole life. Walking through it without really being in it. Seeing labels instead of things. Living in my head instead of in the world. Taro felt his own eyes grow wet. "This is it," he said quietly. "This is exactly what the Buddha was teaching. What all the masters have been teaching. You've discovered in 2 weeks what it took me years to understand. Because you didn't have to unlearn as much as I did." The woman smiled. "So what do I do now?" "You keep looking," Taro said. "You keep practicing. Not to get somewhere or achieve something, but because this direct seeing is the point. This is what we're here for. To actually live our lives, not just think about them." She nodded and thanked him. And as she left, Taro felt grateful for the teaching that had been passed to him. From the Buddha to countless generations of teachers and students, down through the centuries to Hakuin, to himself, and now to this woman who cleaned houses and ate lunch under a tree. The teaching was so simple, so direct. Look, see, be here, and yet it was everything. The entire path condensed into this one practice of returning to immediate experience. As Taro grew older himself, he understood more and more why Hakuin had taught the way he did. Why the old master hadn't given him intellectual explanations. Why he'd made him sit by that window day after day. It was the only way. Concepts about presence can't make you present. Teachings about direct experience can't give you the experience. You have to actually do it. You have to actually look. And the beautiful thing, the thing that never stopped amazing Taro, was that it was always available. No matter how lost he got in thinking, no matter how caught up in worry or planning or interpreting, the present moment was always right here. Waiting. Welcoming him back. All he had to do was remember to look, to feel, to be with what was actually happening, instead of his thoughts about what was happening. One day, very late in his life, Taro was sitting in his small room. His body was old now, tired. He knew his time was coming to an end, and he found himself thinking about that twisted pine tree, wondering if it was still there, wondering if students still sat by Hakuin's window, learning to see. And then he smiled to himself. Here he was, at the end of his life, and his mind was wandering to the past instead of being present. Even now, the old habit still arose, the tendency to be elsewhere instead of here. So he did what he had done thousands of times before. He looked at the wall of his room, at the way afternoon light fell across it, at the texture of the plaster, at the shadow of the window frame. He looked without naming, without interpreting, just seeing, just being with what was actually here. And in that moment, everything was perfect. Not because his circumstances were pleasant, his body ached, his breath was labored, he was alone. But the moment itself, met directly without resistance, without the mind's constant commentary, it was complete, whole, enough. This is what he would have wanted to tell every student he ever taught, that the peace you're seeking isn't in some future moment when conditions are finally right. It's not in some elevated state of consciousness you have to achieve. It's here. It's always been here. In the simple act of being present with what is. The 3 stories we have walked through tonight are not separate teachings. They're 3 facets of the same truth, 3 ways of pointing to the same moon. Kenji learned to be present with his process, accepting mistakes as part of creation. Sato learned to be present with impermanence, holding life with an open hand. Taro learned to be present with direct experience, seeing beyond concepts to reality itself. And all 3 discovered the same thing, that suffering comes from resistance, from fighting with what is, from demanding that reality be different than it is, and that peace comes from acceptance, from opening, from meeting this moment exactly as it arrives. This doesn't mean you become passive or stop working to improve things. Kenji still tried to make beautiful pots. Sato still ran his business and cared for his family. Taro still studied and taught, but they did it all from a different place, from presence rather than fear, from acceptance rather than resistance, from direct engagement rather than lost in thought. And this is the invitation that's being offered to you right now. Not to understand these teachings intellectually, though understanding has its place, but to actually practice them, to actually experiment with meeting your life more directly. When you notice yourself caught in fear of mistakes, remember Kenji. Remember that the clay returns to formlessness and can be shaped again. That mistakes are not permanent disasters but temporary collapses that teach you something. That your worth is not determined by your performance. When you notice yourself gripping tightly to what you have, afraid of loss, remember Sato. Remember the teaching of the open hand. That squeezing creates the very loss you fear because it prevents you from actually enjoying what's in your palm. That everything is temporary. And this isn't a tragedy but the very thing that makes each moment precious. When you notice yourself lost in thoughts about life instead of actually living it, remember Taro. Remember the practice of looking, of returning to direct perception, of meeting reality before the mind wraps it in interpretation and analysis. These practices are not complicated. They don't require special equipment or years of study. They're available right now, in this breath, in this moment of awareness, in this simple being here. Let yourself rest more deeply now. The teaching part of this journey is complete. What remains is simply allowing these seeds to settle into you, allowing your body to remember what your mind might forget, that you are held, that you are part of the flowing river of existence, that you don't need to fight or control or understand everything. You can simply be. Feel how your breath continues without effort, how your heart beats without conscious direction, how life lives you as much as you live it. This is the teaching beneath all teachings, the wisdom that exists before words, the peace that's always been here, waiting for you to stop struggling long enough to notice it. If this space has served you tonight, if these stories have touched something true in you, know that you can return here whenever you need to remember. The Sleepy Monk community continues to grow with people who understand that wisdom isn't found only in waking, but also in the gentle letting go that leads to rest. Your presence here matters, and we're grateful you've walked this path with us tonight. Now, as the stories settle and the words fade, let yourself drift. You don't need to hold on to anything you've heard. The teachings will work in you whether you remember them consciously or not. Like rain soaking into soil, they'll nourish seeds you didn't know you carried. The potter's wheel turns, the hand opens and closes, the eye sees and unseeing. All of it part of the same great breathing, the same flowing, the same coming home to what is. There was once a master who was asked, "What is enlightenment?" And he replied, "When I'm hungry, I eat. When I'm tired, I sleep." The student said, "But doesn't everyone do this?" The master smiled. "No. When most people eat, they think about 1,000 things. When most people sleep, their minds race with worries. To truly eat when eating, to truly sleep when sleeping, this is the whole path. So sleep now when sleeping. Let the thinking mind rest. Let the body do what it knows how to do. Let the breath find its own rhythm. Let awareness simply rest in awareness itself, not going anywhere, not seeking anything, just being what it already is. The mountain sits in stillness while clouds pass over it. The mountain doesn't chase the clouds or resist them. It simply remains, allowing weather to move through. You can be like this mountain. Thoughts will come like clouds. Let them pass. Feelings will arise like weather. Let them move through. You are the awareness that witnesses it all, vast and unchanging like the mountain itself. Kenji's hands at the pottery wheel, shaping and reshaping clay. The forms that arose were beautiful. The forms that collapsed returned to potential. Nothing was ever wasted. Nothing was ever truly ruined, only transformed. Your mistakes are like this. They return to potential. They become the material for your next attempt. Every falling is part of learning to stand. Every collapse is part of learning to rise. Think of how many times you've already survived what you thought would break you, how many losses you've weathered, how many changes you've navigated. You are still here, still breathing, still capable of beginning again. This is not a small thing. This is the evidence of your resilience, your adaptability, your fundamental okayness, even when things are not okay. Sato, by the river, discovering that the damage he feared had already happened and he was still whole. The boat could be repaired. Life could continue. The catastrophe he had spent years dreading turned out to be manageable after all. How much of your suffering exists only in imagination? How much energy goes into fearing futures that may never arrive? The present moment, when you're actually in it, is almost always more workable than the mind's projections about it. You've been carrying so much, carrying worries about tomorrow, carrying regrets about yesterday, carrying the weight of who you think you should be, carrying the burden of what others might think, carrying fears about what could go wrong. All this carrying, and your arms are so tired. What if you could set it all down? Not forever, not as a permanent solution, but just for now, just for tonight. Let this moment hold itself. You don't have to figure everything out before you can rest. You don't have to solve every problem before you're allowed to sleep. The problems will still be there tomorrow if they need your attention. But right now, this moment, you can rest. Taro at the window, learning to see without the filter of constant interpretation. Learning that the thinking mind, for all its usefulness, can become a prison when we mistake it for the whole of reality. You are not your thoughts. You are the awareness in which thoughts arise. You are the space in which experience happens. This space is always peaceful because it's never threatened by what moves through it. The sky is not disturbed by weather. Rain doesn't damage the sky. Wind doesn't tear it. Lightning doesn't scar it. The sky simply provides space for all of it to happen. Your awareness is like this sky. Thoughts don't damage it. Emotions don't tear it. Experiences don't scar it. It simply provides space for all of life to unfold. When you rest as this awareness, when you remember that you are the space rather than just the contents of the space, everything becomes lighter. You can have difficult thoughts without being destroyed by them. You can feel challenging emotions without being overwhelmed by them. You can face uncertain circumstances without losing your fundamental ground. This ground is always here. Beneath the chaos of surface thoughts and emotions, beneath the constant churn of daily concerns, there is this stillness, this presence, this awareness that has been with you since the beginning, that watched you as a child, that witnessed your whole journey to this moment, that will be with you until the end. And this awareness is not separate from the awareness in all beings. The same presence that looks out from your eyes looks out from every eye. The same consciousness that knows I am in you knows I am in every living thing. You are not as separate as you feel, not as alone as the thinking mind suggests. You are part of one vast awareness, experiencing itself through countless temporary forms. The Buddha taught that this understanding of interconnectedness naturally gives rise to compassion. When you truly see that separation is an illusion, that we are all expressions of the same fundamental consciousness, how can you not feel compassion for all beings? Their suffering is your suffering. Their joy is your joy. Not in some abstract philosophical sense, but in lived reality. This is why the practice of acceptance, the practice of opening the hand, the practice of direct seeing, these aren't selfish practices. They're not about withdrawing from the world into some private peace. They're about becoming more present, more open, more available to reality as it is. And from this presence naturally flows wisdom and compassion. When Kenji stopped fighting his mistakes, he became a better teacher. He could help other potters with patience and understanding because he remembered his own struggle. When Sato opened his hand, he became a better father and husband. He could allow his family to be who they were instead of trying to control them into the shapes he thought they should be. When Taro learned to see directly, he became a more effective teacher. He could meet each student where they actually were instead of where his concepts said they should be. So, these practices are not separate from living a full, engaged, compassionate life. They are the foundation of it. When you stop fighting reality, you have energy available for actually responding to reality skillfully. When you stop living in your head, you can actually be present with the people you love. When you stop demanding that temporary things be permanent, you can fully appreciate them while they're here. This is the great paradox. By accepting that you cannot control most of what happens, you become more effective at influencing what you can. By opening your hand, you find you can hold things more securely than when your fist was clenched. By letting go of the need to be perfect, you become more capable of excellence. By accepting the present moment, you create the conditions for positive change. All three of our teachers tonight discovered this paradox in their own way. The wisdom they found didn't come from trying harder or knowing more. It came from softening, from releasing, from returning to simplicity, from meeting what is with acceptance rather than resistance. And this wisdom is yours too. Not in the future when you've practiced enough, not someday when you've figured everything out. Right now, in this moment, in the simple act of breathing and being aware that you're breathing, in the feeling of your body resting and knowing that you're resting, in the awareness that is aware of all of this, you are already whole, already complete, already enough. Not because you've achieved anything or proven anything or become anything, but because wholeness is your nature. It's what you are beneath all the stories about who you should be or who you're not yet. The clay doesn't become worthy by being shaped into a perfect pot. It's already clay, already valuable, already whole. The form it takes is temporary and changing, but the clay itself is always clay. You are like this. The forms your life takes, the roles you play, the achievements and failures, these are all temporary. But the awareness that you are, the consciousness experiencing all of this, that is your true nature. And it was never broken. It was never insufficient. It never needed fixing. All the struggle, all the striving, all the fighting to become someone or something other than what you are, it's based on a misunderstanding. Not a moral failing, not a weakness, just a simple misunderstanding that we all share. The misunderstanding that we are not enough as we are, that we need to earn our worth, that peace is something to achieve rather than something to remember. But you can remember now. You can feel it in the way your breath moves without your effort, in the way your heart beats without your direction, in the way awareness is simply here, always here, requiring nothing from you. This is your true home, not a place you have to get to, a place you've never left. The stories tonight were maps pointing to this home. Kenji's pottery wheel, Sato's river, Taro's window, they were all portals to the same understanding. That life is happening right now. Not in your thoughts about it, not in your plans for it, not in your memories of it, but in this direct, immediate, living moment. And this moment is always fresh, always new. You've never been here before. This exact configuration of breath and heartbeat and awareness has never existed in all of history. It will never exist again. You are experiencing something completely unique and unrepeatable right now. Can you feel the preciousness of this? Not in a sentimental way, but in a direct, visceral way. You are alive. Right now. This temporary, miraculous, inexplicable fact. You are here. Consciousness is experiencing itself through your particular nervous system, in your particular body, in this particular moment. And soon you will sleep. This consciousness will dream. The same awareness that's here now will create entire worlds in dream, populate them with people and places and experiences that seem completely real. And then you'll wake and this world will seem solid again, forgetting that it too is a kind of dream. Consciousness dreaming that it's separate. Awareness pretending not to know itself. But underneath the dream, whether sleeping or waking, the awareness remains, unchanging, unborn, undying. This is what all the great teachings point to. This is what Kenji touched when his fear dissolved. What Sato discovered when his grip released. What Taro saw when his concepts fell away. You don't need special experiences to know this. You don't need years of practice or perfect understanding. You only need to notice what's already here. The simple fact of being aware, the miracle that anything exists at all, the mystery of this moment, exactly as it is. Let your body settle more deeply. Feel how the surface that supports you holds you without effort. Gravity does this work. You don't have to try. You are held by forces you don't control and don't understand. The earth beneath you, the air around you, the vast mystery of existence itself, it's all supporting you. You can let go, you can rest, the stories are complete, the teaching is done. What remains is this simple presence, this gentle awareness, this allowing of what is to be what it is. Your breath flows in and out, your heart beats its steady rhythm, life continues its ancient dance, and you are part of it. You've always been part of it. You could never be separate from it. Sleep is not an escape from life. It's a return to source. Every night, you practice letting go. You release control of your body, your thoughts, your awareness of the world. You surrender to something larger than your conscious will. And every morning, you return, refreshed, renewed, ready to begin again. This nightly practice of surrender is a teaching in itself. It shows you that you can let go and be okay, that you can release control and survive, that there is something trustworthy holding you, even when you're not holding yourself. Tonight, let this surrender, to be conscious. Let yourself feel what it's like to stop trying, stop managing, stop controlling. Just for now, just for this transition into sleep. Trust that the same intelligence that beats your heart and digests your food and heals your wounds will also guide you through the darkness of sleep and bring you back to morning. The three teachers in our stories all learned different versions of this trust. Kenji learned to trust the clay, to trust the process of creation that includes both forming and collapsing. Sato learned to trust the river of life, to trust that things would continue even when they changed. Taro learned to trust direct perception, to trust that reality itself was more reliable than his thoughts about reality. And each of them found that this trust brought freedom. Not the freedom to avoid difficulty, not the freedom from pain or loss or challenge, but the freedom to meet all of it without the additional burden of resistance. The freedom to be present with what is, as it is, without the exhausting effort of trying to make it different. This freedom is available to you now. You don't have to wait until you've mastered some practice or achieved some understanding. It's here, in this moment, in the simple act of allowing your experience to be what it is. Your body is tired. That's okay. Your mind might still be active. That's okay too. Whatever is here right now doesn't need to be different for you to rest. There's a famous Zen poem that says, "Sitting quietly, doing nothing, spring comes and the grass grows by itself." This is the teaching of trust. Spring doesn't come because the grass tries hard to make it arrive. The grass doesn't grow because it strives for growth. Spring arrives in its own time. The grass grows according to its nature. All of it happens naturally when conditions are right. Your healing is like this. Your growth is like this. Your path to peace is like this. You don't have to force it. You only have to stop blocking it. And you block it mostly through resistance, through fighting what is, through demanding that reality conform to your expectations. When you release this fighting, when you open like Sato's hand, when you see directly like Taro, when you accept the process like Kenji, you create the conditions for natural unfolding. And this unfolding brings you closer to your true nature, which was always peaceful, always whole, always free. The Buddha once held up a flower and said nothing. One of his students smiled, understanding the teaching without words. What was that teaching? Perhaps it was this, that the flower needs no explanation, no interpretation, no improvement. It simply is what it is, expressing its nature perfectly in each moment. You are like this flower. Your true nature doesn't need fixing. It only needs recognition. And you can recognize it right now, not by thinking about it, but by feeling it, by noticing the awareness that's here, the consciousness that's reading these words. That's feeling the body, that's aware of being aware. This is not something you created or achieved. This is what you are, always have been, always will be. When you rest as this awareness, the struggles of the separate self begin to dissolve. Not because you've transcended them or risen above them, but because you see they were never quite real in the first place. The separate self worried and planned and feared. The awareness simply witnesses it all with perfect peace. This doesn't mean your personality disappears. It doesn't mean you become some blank emptiness. It means you stop identifying exclusively with the surface waves and remember you're also the ocean. The waves rise and fall. Some are pleasant, some are turbulent, but the ocean is always the ocean, untroubled by its own movements. You've been living as a wave, thinking that's all you are, worried that you're not a big enough wave or the right kind of wave, afraid of crashing on the shore and disappearing. But you were always the ocean. The wave is just one temporary expression of what you are, and the ocean never dies. It only changes form. This understanding doesn't come from thinking about it. It comes from direct recognition. Like Taro looking at the pine tree and suddenly seeing that there's no separation between seer and seen. Like Kenji feeling his hands merge with the clay. Like Sato watching the sunset and realizing he wasn't watching it from outside. He was part of it. The sunset was happening in him as much as outside him. These moments of recognition are available always. In the simple act of breathing, in the feeling of aliveness in your hands, in the awareness of sound arising and passing. Every moment is an invitation to wake up from the dream of separation and remember what you are. But tonight, the invitation is to rest, to let the conscious mind drift into sleep, to allow the teachings to work in the deeper layers of your being while you rest. The stories have been planted, the seeds are in the soil. Now they need darkness and time to germinate. Your sleep is that darkness, that fertile void where transformation happens outside of conscious effort. So let go now. Release your hold on staying alert, on understanding, on remembering. You don't need to hold on to anything from tonight. The wisdom will remain even if you forget the words. The teachings will continue their work even as you sleep. This is the nature of truth. Once it's been recognized, even briefly, it leaves a mark. A doorway has been opened that can never be fully closed again. Kenji never forgot what it felt like to laugh while making mistakes. Even years later, even when he became serious and focused in his work, some part of him remembered that lightness, that freedom. It changed how his hands met the clay forever. Sato never forgot the relief he felt standing by the damaged boat. That moment when fear dissolved and he found himself still standing, still breathing, still okay despite his worry coming true. It changed how he held everything forever. Taro never forgot the bird landing on the branch. That moment when separation dissolved and he saw that everything was one seamless happening. It changed how he perceived reality forever. And you, listening here tonight, something in you has shifted. Maybe you can feel it, maybe you can't. But these stories have touched you. These teachings have reached something deeper than your thinking mind. And that depth will continue to integrate this wisdom in ways you cannot predict or control. Trust this process. Trust that your being knows how to take what's useful and release what's not. Trust that healing happens in darkness and silence as much as in light and understanding. Trust that sleep itself is wise, that dreams will do their mysterious work, that you will wake tomorrow slightly changed in ways you might never name. The mountain doesn't worry about whether it's being a good mountain. The river doesn't question whether it's flowing correctly. The bird doesn't doubt its own singing. They simply are what they are, expressing their nature moment by moment, and you are like them. Your nature is expressing itself perfectly right now, even in this tiredness, this readiness for sleep, this gentle letting go. There's nothing wrong with you. There never was. The struggles you've faced, the mistakes you've made, the fears you've carried, they were all part of your particular path. Part of how consciousness learns through this particular form you're wearing. You don't need to judge any of it. You only need to meet it with the kind of compassion that Grandmother Lin showed Kenji, that Akiko showed Sato, that Hakuin showed Taro. This compassion starts with yourself, with your own tired heart, your own worried mind, your own imperfect humanness. Can you hold yourself the way you would hold a beloved child? With tenderness, with understanding, with patience for the long, slow process of learning to be alive? You are doing better than you think. You have survived every difficult day so far. You have gotten up after every falling. You have continued despite doubt and fear and confusion. This is not a small thing. This is everything. This is the quiet heroism of continuing, of breathing, of trying again. And now you can rest. You've earned this rest, not through achievement, but through simply being here, being human, being part of this great mystery. Rest is your birthright, not something you have to deserve, not a reward for productivity, simply what every living being needs and receives in the natural rhythm of existence. The trees rest in winter, the fields rest between harvests, the earth rests in darkness between each dawn. Rest is not laziness or weakness, it's wisdom. It's how life renews itself, how exhaustion transforms into energy, how depletion becomes fullness again. Let yourself rest like the earth rests, completely, without reservation, without guilt. You are held by something much larger than your small self. The same force that holds planets in their orbits holds you in existence. You don't have to do anything to deserve this holding. You are held simply because you are. Your breath is slowing now, your body is settling. The stories have done their work. The teachings have found their home in you. What remains is this simple being here, this gentle awareness, this allowing of sleep to come when it comes. You don't need to make sleep happen. Sleep knows how to find you. It's been finding you every night of your life. It will find you tonight too. Your only job is to stop preventing it, to stop trying, to stop managing. Just let go. Let go of the day that passed. It's complete now. Every moment of it has served its purpose, taught its lesson, played its part. You don't need to carry it into sleep. Let it rest in the past where it belongs. Let go of tomorrow and all its uncertainties. It hasn't arrived yet. It exists only in imagination. When it comes, if it comes, you will meet it. But right now, there is only this moment, this breath, this gentle settling into darkness. Let go of who you think you should be, of who others expect you to be, of who you're trying to become. Just be who you are right now, tired, human, ready for rest. This is enough. You are enough. The three teachers would tell you this if they were here. Kenji would say, you are like clay. You can be shaped and reshaped endlessly. No mistake is final. Every collapse returns to potential. Sato would say, hold your life gently. Let it rest in your open palm. What's here now is here now. What will change, and you will be okay through all of it. Taro would say, you are not your thoughts. You are the awareness witnessing thoughts, and this awareness is already at peace, already whole, already home. Tonight you are exactly where you need to be. Not because this moment is perfect, but because this moment is here and you are in it, and that is enough. We will walk together through ancient stories that have guided restless hearts toward peace for thousands of years. Stories not of heroes who conquered their pain, but of ordinary people who learned to meet their struggles with gentleness and found something profound waiting on the other side of that gentleness. These are not lessons to memorize or rules to follow. They are invitations to see differently, to soften the grip of control, to discover that the deep rest you have been searching for has been inside you all along, patient and unchanging, like a still pond waiting beneath the ripples of your busy mind. We will journey through teachings on letting go, on presence, on compassion, and on the simple radical act of allowing life to be what it already is. Welcome to Sleepy Monk. This is your refuge, a space where there is nothing you must accomplish, no problem you must solve tonight, no version of yourself you must become before you are worthy of rest. Simply let these words wash over you like gentle waves. If something resonates, let it settle. If something does not, let it pass. There is no test at the end, no right way to listen. If this path toward inner quiet calls to you, I invite you to subscribe and return whenever you need to remember the peace that belongs to you. For now, just breathe. Let your body settle into the surface beneath you. Let us begin. Our first steps on this journey take us to the heart of what the Buddha discovered under the Bodhi tree over 2,500 years ago. He saw something so simple and yet so profound that once it is truly understood, the whole landscape of life changes. He saw that we suffer not because life is difficult, which it sometimes is, but because we are constantly at war with the present moment. We want this, we do not want that. We cling to pleasure and push away pain. We build elaborate fortresses of should and must and need in our minds, and then we wonder why we feel trapped. This resistance to what is creates a friction that runs through almost every aspect of our lives. It is the low hum of dissatisfaction, the feeling that something is not quite right even when nothing is particularly wrong. But here is the profound hope in this teaching. The friction is not the truth of life itself. It is what happens when an untrained mind meets life. When we learn to meet each moment with acceptance instead of resistance, when we stop demanding that reality be different than it is, something extraordinary happens. The friction dissolves, and beneath it we find a natural ease, a quality of okayness that does not depend on circumstances being perfect. This ease is what allows true rest. There was once a potter named Hana, who lived in a village known throughout the region for its beautiful ceramics. Hana had apprenticed under a master potter since she was a girl, and by the time she reached adulthood, her skill was undeniable. Her bowls were perfectly symmetrical, her vases elegantly curved, her teapots both beautiful and functional. People came from distant towns to purchase her work, and she took great pride in every piece she created. But with this skill came a terrible anxiety. Hana could not bear imperfection. If a bowl had the slightest wobble, if a glaze pooled unevenly, if a handle sat at an angle even a hair's width off center, she would smash the piece and start over. Her workshop floor was littered with shards of almost perfect pottery. She would spend hours, sometimes days, on a single piece, obsessing over every detail, unable to let anything leave her workshop unless it matched the flawless image in her mind. This perfectionism bled into every corner of her life. Hana could not relax in her home because she would notice things that needed straightening or cleaning. She could not enjoy meals because she would critique every flavor and texture. She could not maintain friendships because she expected others to be as exacting as she was, and inevitably they disappointed her. Sleep was difficult because her mind would replay the day's work, analyzing every tiny flaw she had noticed or might have missed. One season, a traveling monk came through the village. He was an old man with a gentle face, and he carried only a small wooden bowl for receiving alms and a worn blanket. Hana saw him sitting quietly by the temple one afternoon, and something about his stillness drew her. She approached, and without quite meaning to, She began telling him about her work, her struggles, her exhaustion with her own impossibly high standards. The monk listened without judgment, his eyes kind and attentive. When she finished, he simply nodded and said, "Tomorrow, would you make something for me?" Hana agreed, eager to show him her skill. "What would you like?" she asked. "A tea bowl," he replied. "But I have one condition. You must make it quickly, without pausing to examine it, without correcting anything, without starting over. Just make it and bring it to me when you are done." Hana felt a flutter of panic in her chest. Make something without checking her work, without ensuring perfection? It went against everything she had trained herself to do. But something in the monk's steady gaze made her agree. The next morning, Hana sat at her wheel with a ball of clay. She took a breath and began to throw the bowl, forcing herself not to stop, not to measure, not to adjust beyond what her hands naturally did. Her mind screamed at her to slow down, to check the symmetry, to fix that slightly uneven rim. But she pushed through the discomfort and finished the piece in a fraction of the time she usually took. When she pulled it from the wheel, she saw all its flaws immediately. The rim was irregular. The walls were slightly thicker on one side. There was a small fingerprint in the clay near the base. It was, by her standards, deeply imperfect. She glazed it simply and fired it, and when it came from the kiln, the flaws were even more visible. The glaze had pooled unevenly in one spot, creating a dark patch. She carried it to the temple with a mixture of shame and curiosity, wondering what lesson the monk intended to teach her. He accepted the bowl with both hands and examined it with genuine attention. He ran his fingers over the irregular rim, noted the uneven glaze, observed the slight asymmetry. Then he smiled, a smile of such warmth that Hana felt something tight in her chest begin to loosen. "This is beautiful," he said simply. Hana started to protest, to point out all the flaws she had been forced to ignore, but he raised a hand gently. "Let me show you something," he said. He filled the bowl with water from the temple well and held it up to catch the afternoon light. The water settled perfectly, reflecting the sky. The irregular rim created an interesting interplay of light and shadow. The dark patch of glaze looked like a cloud drifting across the reflection. "Does this bowl hold water any less perfectly because its rim is not even?" the monk asked. "Does it become less useful because one side is slightly thicker? Does the water taste different because of that fingerprint?" Hana shook her head slowly, seeing the bowl with new eyes. "You have been making pottery for an idea of perfection that exists only in your mind," the monk continued. "But this bowl was made for the world as it actually is, where hands tremble slightly, where glazes flow according to their own nature, where beauty often emerges from what we did not plan. You have been at war with the reality of being human, which is to be imperfect, to make mistakes, to create things that bear the marks of their making." He paused, taking a sip of water from the bowl. The Buddha taught about dukkha, which people often translate as suffering, but it is more like friction or dissatisfaction. It arises when we demand that reality be other than it is. You have been creating dukkha for yourself by demanding that your work, your life, your very existence be flawless. But perfection is not the goal. Presence is the goal. Wholeness is the goal. Accepting what is, as it is, in this moment, that is the goal. Hana felt tears sliding down her cheeks, though she could not have said exactly why. Something in her had been exhausted for so long, fighting a battle that could never be won. "What if I make things that are truly flawed?" she asked quietly. "What if I produce work that is actually bad?" The monk smiled again. "Then you will learn from it and make the next thing. But you will not have wasted your energy fighting against the nature of being human. You will not have missed the joy of creation because you were too busy judging the creation. And you will not have destroyed beautiful things because they did not match an impossible standard." Over the following months, something shifted in Hana. She continued to craft pottery with skill and care, but she stopped destroying pieces that were imperfect. She began to see that the slight variations in her work gave each piece character and uniqueness. Her customers noticed too. Some said her new work had more soul, more life to it. It was as if by allowing herself to be human, she had allowed her pottery to become more fully itself as well. But more importantly, the terrible tension that had gripped her life for so long began to release. She could sit in her home without immediately looking for things to fix. She could share a meal without analyzing every bite. She could talk with friends without expecting them to meet impossible standards. And at night, when she lay down to sleep, her mind no longer replayed an endless litany of flaws and failures. She had learned what the monk taught her. That peace comes not from perfecting life, but from accepting it. That rest is found not in flawlessness, but in allowing things to be as they are. That the friction we feel is not because life is wrong, but because we are constantly insisting it should be different. This teaching about dukkha and its cause is the foundation of everything else the Buddha taught. Once we see how much of our suffering comes from our own resistance to reality, we can begin to practice a different way of being. We can meet each moment with acceptance instead of judgment. We can hold our experiences lightly instead of gripping them so tightly that we hurt ourselves. We can rest in what is rather than exhausting ourselves reaching for what we think should be. As you rest here now, notice if there is any place in your body where you are holding tension, any way you are resisting this moment, wishing you were already asleep or worried that you will not sleep well enough. Can you soften that resistance just a little? Can you allow this moment to be exactly what it is, with you exactly as you are, neither more nor less? This is the practice. Not perfection, but this gentle allowing, again and again. In a monastery high in the mountains, there lived a young monk named Daichi, who had come to practice with great determination. He had read many books about enlightenment before arriving and had clear ideas about what his spiritual path should look like. He imagined that through dedicated meditation, he would quickly overcome his anger, his desires, his restless thoughts. He would become calm, compassionate, and wise. He would be transformed into the kind of person he had always felt he should be. But after 6 months at the monastery, Daichi felt like a failure. He still got irritated when other monks were loud during silent periods. He still felt desire when he remembered his former life. He still had days when his meditation was nothing but a storm of random thoughts. He had imagined that by now he would be peaceful and enlightened, sitting in serene meditation like the statues of the Buddha he had seen. Instead, he felt more aware of his flaws than ever before. One evening, after a particularly frustrating day of distracted meditation, Daichi approached the monastery's teacher, a woman named Anzan, who had practiced for over 40 years. "Teacher," he said, his voice tight with frustration, "I have been here for half a year and I am no better than when I arrived. I still get angry. I still want things. My mind is still chaotic. When will I finally change? When will I become the person I came here to become?" Anzan looked at him with eyes that held both warmth and something that might have been amusement. "Tell me, Daichi, when you sit in meditation and a thought arises, what do you do?" "I try to let it go," he replied. "I try to return my attention to my breath. And when the thought arises again, I let it go again and return to the breath." "And how many times do you do this in a single meditation session?" Daichi considered. "Sometimes, hundreds of times." "And do you judge yourself each time? Do you tell yourself you are failing because thoughts keep arising?" "Yes," he admitted quietly. "Every time a thought appears, I feel like I am doing it wrong." Anzan nodded slowly. "So hundreds of times in each meditation session, you practice letting go. Hundreds of times, you gently guide your attention back to the present moment. Hundreds of times, you choose awareness over distraction. And yet, you tell yourself you have not changed, that you are making no progress." She paused, letting him absorb this. "Daichi, you came here with an idea of what transformation should look like. You expected to become a different person, calm and serene, empty of difficult emotions. But that is not what the practice does. The practice does not erase your humanity. It teaches you how to be with your humanity in a different way. She gestured to the garden visible through the window, where the season's first snow was beginning to fall. See that cherry tree? In spring, it blooms. In summer, it is full of leaves. In autumn, the leaves turn and fall. In winter, it stands bare. The tree does not become a different tree with each season. It is always itself, always changing, always whole. You are the same. You have not failed to transform. You are transforming constantly, with every moment of practice, with every time you notice a thought and choose to return to the present. The problem is not that you are not changing. The problem is that you are comparing your real, living, changing self to a fantasy of what you think an enlightened person should be. Daichi felt something shift inside him, a loosening of a grip he had not fully realized he was holding. But the anger, the desires, the chaotic mind, shouldn't those go away, he asked. They arise and they pass, Anzan replied. What changes is not whether they arise, but how you relate to them when they do. Before you came here, you were probably lost in your anger when it arose, completely identified with it. Now, even when you are angry, part of you knows you are angry. You have awareness of the anger rather than being only the anger. That is transformation. Before, you probably fought against your desires or indulged them without question. Now, you notice them. You see them clearly. You have choice in how you respond. That is transformation. She stood and walked to the window, looking out at the falling snow. The Buddha did not teach that we would stop being human. He taught that we could be fully human without adding unnecessary suffering to the natural difficulties of life. Anger will arise. That is human. But you do not have to feed the anger with stories and justifications until it becomes rage. Desire will arise. That is human. But you do not have to let desire drive you into grasping and dissatisfaction. Thoughts will arise. That is what minds do. But you do not have to believe every thought or follow every mental pathway. She turned back to face him. You are doing exactly what you came here to do. You are learning to meet yourself with awareness instead of judgment. You are learning that the goal is not to become perfect, but to become present. Every time you notice you are distracted and gently return your attention, you are practicing the most profound transformation there is. You are learning to be here, in this moment, as you actually are. Not as you think you should be, not as you were yesterday or might be tomorrow, but as you are right now. Daichi felt his eyes filling with tears. For 6 months, he had been carrying the weight of his own impossible expectations, judging himself for being human, treating every arising thought or emotion as evidence of failure. And all that time, he had actually been doing exactly what he needed to do. He had been practicing presence, practicing letting go, practicing awareness. The transformation he was looking for had been happening all along. He just had not recognized it because it did not look like the fantasy he had been carrying. So I do not need to wait until I am perfect to be at peace, he asked. You already are at peace, Anzan said softly. Peace is not something you achieve in the future when you finally become good enough. Peace is what is here when you stop fighting with the present moment. It is what remains when you let go of the demand that you be anything other than what you are right now. The practice does not create peace. It removes the obstacles we have placed between ourselves and the peace that is always available. That night, when Daichi sat for evening meditation, he approached it differently. When thoughts arose, he did not judge himself. When he felt his mind wandering, he smiled slightly and gently returned to his breath, not as a failure returning to try again, but as a practitioner doing exactly what practitioners do. When frustration came, he noticed it with curiosity rather than criticism, and in that shift, that subtle change in how he met his own experience, he found something he had been seeking all along. Not the absence of thoughts or emotions or distractions, but a spaciousness that could hold all of them without being disturbed by them. A peace that did not require perfection. This teaching is vital for anyone walking a path of inner development. We often approach spiritual practice with the same aggressive perfectionism we bring to other areas of life. We want to measure our progress, achieve our goals, become the enlightened beings we imagine we should be. But the Buddha's path is not about achieving a future state of perfection. It is about waking up to this moment exactly as it is. It is about meeting ourselves with compassion instead of criticism. It is about understanding that we are not broken things that need fixing, but whole beings learning to see our wholeness. When we hold ourselves with this gentleness, when we stop demanding that our meditation be perfect, or our emotions be only positive, or our minds be permanently calm, we discover that transformation happens naturally. Not because we are forcing ourselves to change, but because we are allowing ourselves to be seen, to be known, to be accepted. And in that acceptance, something tight begins to loosen. Something defensive begins to soften. Something that has been exhausted from fighting can finally rest. As you lie here now, breathing in and breathing out, can you meet yourself exactly where you are? Not where you think you should be by now, not where you hope to be someday, but right here, in this moment, with whatever you are feeling, whatever thoughts are passing through, whatever sensations are present in your body. Can you meet all of it with the same gentle acceptance that Anzan offered to Daichi? This is not giving up on growth or settling for less than you could be. This is the foundation from which all real growth happens. This is the soil in which transformation takes root. In a village near the sea, there lived an old fisherman named Tomo, who had spent his entire life on the water. He knew the ocean's moods, could read the sky for coming weather, understood the patterns of fish and tides. He had taught his son Kenji everything he knew, passing down generations of accumulated wisdom about the sea. Kenji had grown into a skilled fisherman in his own right, respected by the other villagers for his knowledge and his good catches. But as Tomo grew older and his hands became stiff with age, he could no longer handle the heavy nets or manage the boat in rough weather. The work fell more and more to Kenji, until finally Tomo could only sit on the shore and watch his son go out each morning. This transition was harder for Tomo than he had expected. His identity had been built on being a fisherman, on providing for his family, on his skill and knowledge. Now he felt useless, watching others do what he could no longer do. He became bitter and critical, pointing out every small mistake Kenji made, offering unsolicited advice, unable to accept that his time on the water had passed. Kenji, for his part, tried to be patient with his father, but the constant criticism wore on him. He knew the ocean, as well as Tomo did, had learned from the best teacher he could have had. He did not need to be told how to read the tide or where to find fish. The relationship between father and son, once warm and collaborative, became strained and difficult. One evening, after a particularly tense day, Tomo walked along the beach, trying to settle his troubled mind. He came upon a woman sitting on a large rock, watching the waves. She was a traveling nun, her robes simple and worn, her face peaceful in the fading light. Tomo found himself sitting near her, and after some time in silence, he began to speak. He told her about his life as a fisherman, about teaching his son, about no longer being able to work, about how useless and irrelevant he felt now that his fishing days were over. The nun listened with complete attention, not interrupting, not offering quick reassurances. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Tell me about the ocean. What is it like in winter compared to summer?" Tomo was surprised by the question but answered, "In winter, the ocean is dark and cold. The waves are powerful and dangerous. In summer, it is bright and warm. The water is gentler, more welcoming." "And is the winter ocean less the ocean than the summer ocean?" she asked. "No, of course not. It is always the ocean, just expressing itself differently in different seasons. And when the tide is low and much of the beach is exposed, is the ocean less the ocean than when the tide is high? No, the ocean is still the ocean. The tide is just the ocean's natural rhythm." The nun nodded. "You understand the ocean's nature. You do not expect it to always be summer. You do not judge it for the tide going out. You accept that it changes, that it expresses itself in different ways at different times, and through all those changes, it remains itself. She turned to look at him fully. But you do not offer yourself the same understanding. You expect yourself to always be summer. You judge yourself for the tide of your life going out. You have been a fisherman, and that was one season of your life, one expression of who you are. Now you are in a different season, and you are fighting against it, demanding that you still be what you were, that your life have only one form forever. Tomo felt the truth of her words settle into him, heavy and uncomfortable, and somehow liberating at the same time. "But if I am not a fisherman, who am I?" he asked quietly. "You are the one who knows the ocean," she replied. "You are the one who taught his son. You are the one who can watch the waves with understanding. You are the one who is alive right now, in this moment, in this body as it is. The ocean does not cease to be the ocean when winter comes. You do not cease to be yourself when the form of your life changes." She paused, letting the sound of the waves fill the space between them. The Buddha taught about impermanence, about how everything changes and nothing stays the same. This includes our bodies, our abilities, our roles, our identities. We suffer when we cling to a version of ourselves that belongs to the past, when we demand that life remain in one season forever. But if we can learn to flow with the changes, to be present to what this moment asks of us rather than what past moments asked, we find that we are always enough, always whole, exactly as we are. "So, I should just accept that I am useless now?" Tomo asked, a flicker of his old bitterness returning. "No," the nun said firmly. "You should see that usefulness is not a fixed thing. You are useful in different ways now. Your son does not need your hands to pull nets. But he might need your wisdom when he faces a difficult decision. He does not need you to tell him what he already knows about fishing, but he might need to simply be with you, to have a father who is at peace, who has learned to age with grace instead of bitterness. The village does not need you to catch fish anymore, but it might need your stories, your experience, the presence of an elder who has lived fully and learned deeply." She stood, preparing to continue her journey. "And perhaps most importantly, you need to learn that your value is not only in what you can do for others. You are valuable simply because you are here, because you are alive, because you are a part of this world. The ocean does not justify its existence by being useful. It simply is, and its existence is enough. You are the same." In the days that followed, Tomo began to practice what the nun had taught him. When he felt the old bitterness rising, he would remind himself that he was in a new season of life, and fighting against it only created suffering. He stopped offering constant advice to Kenji, trusting that his son had learned well. Instead, he began to simply be present, to sit with the other elders in the village, to tell stories of the sea to children who gathered around him, to watch the ocean with eyes that had learned not just to see but to accept. Slowly, his relationship with Kenji began to heal. Without the constant criticism, they could talk as equals, as two men who both loved the sea and understood it in different ways. Kenji sometimes asked for Tomo's perspective on difficult decisions, not because he needed to be told what to do, but because he valued his father's experience and wisdom. And Tomo could offer his thoughts without attachment to whether Kenji followed them, trusting that his son would make his own wise choices. One evening, as they sat together watching the sunset over the water, Kenji said quietly, "You seem different, father. More peaceful." Tomo smiled. "I am learning to be an old man instead of fighting to still be a young one. I am learning that life changes and I can change with it, that the ocean of my life has many seasons and they are all valid, all part of the whole." They sat in comfortable silence, father and son, watching the light fade over the water they both loved, each complete in themselves, each accepting the season they were in. And in that acceptance, there was a peace deeper than any that comes from accomplishment or usefulness or being anything other than what you are. This teaching about impermanence and acceptance is woven throughout all of Buddhist wisdom. Nothing stays the same. Bodies age, roles shift, abilities change, relationships transform. We can fight against this truth, clinging desperately to how things were, demanding that life stop flowing and hold still for us. Or we can learn to flow with it, to be present to what this moment is asking of us, to find our wholeness not in remaining fixed, but in being fully alive to whatever season we are in. As you rest here, you too are in a particular season of your life. Perhaps it is a season you chose, or perhaps it chose you. Perhaps it is what you hoped for, or perhaps it is something unexpected. Can you meet this season with acceptance instead of resistance? Can you trust that, like the ocean, you are always yourself, even as you change? Can you let go of demanding that you be anything other than what you are right now? This is not resignation. This is the deepest form of wisdom. This is how we find peace in a world that is always changing. There was a merchant named Fumio who traveled between villages buying and selling goods. He had built a successful business through careful planning and shrewd decisions. He prided himself on his ability to predict what people would want, to buy low and sell high, to never make a foolish trade. His wealth grew steadily year after year, and with it grew his confidence in his own judgment. But Fumio had a problem. He worried constantly about his merchandise. When he purchased goods, he would lie awake, wondering if he had paid too much. When he sold them, he would agonize over whether he could have gotten a better price. He would carry lists in his mind of everything he owned, constantly calculating value and potential profit. Even when business was good, he could not enjoy his success because he was always thinking 3 steps ahead, planning the next trade, worrying about what might go wrong. One day, Fumio was traveling through a mountain pass with a heavily loaded cart when one of the wheels struck a rock and broke. He was stranded on a lonely stretch of road with no village nearby and no way to move his goods. He sat beside his broken cart, his mind spinning with anxiety. The merchandise would be late. He would miss other opportunities. Perhaps thieves would come. Perhaps rain would ruin everything. The list of potential disasters seemed endless. As evening approached, an old monk came walking down the road. He saw Fumio's predicament and stopped to help. Together, they managed to temporarily repair the wheel well enough to limp slowly to the next village. Along the way, the monk noticed Fumio's constant agitation, the way he kept checking and rechecking his goods, the worried lines etched deep in his face. When they reached the village inn, the monk invited Fumio to share tea with him. Fumio accepted, though his mind was already racing ahead to finding a carpenter in the morning, to calculating how much the delay would cost him. As they sat together, the monk asked, "What are you carrying in your cart that weighs so heavily on you?" "Silk and pottery and tools," Fumio replied. "Valuable goods that I need to deliver." "And what are you carrying in your mind?" the monk asked gently. Fumio paused, confused by the question. "What do you mean?" "I see you carrying your cart of goods," the monk said. "But I also see you carrying something heavier. Every moment, you are transporting worry from the past into the present, and from the present into the future. You are carrying goods that exist only in your imagination, lost profits that have not happened, disasters that may never come, regrets about decisions already made. This invisible cart you are pulling is far heavier than the one on the road." Fumio felt something tight in his chest. It was true. His actual cart had broken, but he had been adding load after load of worry to his mind's cart, and that cart never stopped, never rested, was always moving forward under an increasingly impossible burden. "How do I stop?" he asked. "How do I put down this burden? These are real concerns. My business depends on good decisions. I cannot simply stop thinking about the future." The monk smiled. The Buddha taught about right effort. There is a difference between skillful planning and useless worry. Skillful planning happens when you need to make a decision. You think clearly about your options, you choose wisely, and then you act. Once the decision is made, it is made. But worry is when you continue carrying that decision in your mind, replaying it endlessly, imagining all the ways it might be wrong. creating suffering for yourself that serves no purpose. He poured more tea for both of them. Right now, your wheel is broken. This is a fact. You cannot change it by worrying. In the morning, you will find a carpenter and have it repaired. That is skillful planning. But between now and morning, what does your worry accomplish? Does it fix the wheel? Does it change anything about your situation? Or does it simply steal the peace from this moment, this warm tea, this safe place to rest? Fumio realized he had barely tasted the tea, had not noticed the warmth of the fire, had not felt grateful for the shelter of the inn. His body was here, but his mind had been somewhere else entirely, lost in a future that did not exist yet and might never exist at all. So when worry arises, the monk continued, you can ask yourself a simple question. Is there action I can take right now? If yes, take it. If no, let the worry go. Not because you do not care about your business, but because carrying unnecessary worry does not help your business. It only hurts you. That night, Fumio practiced this teaching. When his mind started spinning scenarios about the next day, he asked himself the question, is there action I can take right now? The answer was no. He had done what he could for today. The morning would bring opportunities for action, but right now, his job was simply to rest. And so, he practiced letting go, again and again. Each time his mind tried to pick up its burdens and carry them through the night. It was not easy. His mind had decades of practice at worrying. But each time he noticed himself worrying and consciously set it down, he felt a little lighter. Over time, Fumio learned to carry his business in a different way. He still planned carefully and made thoughtful decisions, but he stopped torturing himself with endless what-ifs and should-haves. When he made a trade, he did his best to make it well, and then he released it, trusting that he had acted with whatever wisdom he had at that moment. When things went wrong, as they sometimes did, he addressed them without adding layers of guilt and regret. When things went well, he enjoyed his success without immediately worrying about whether it would last. His business did not suffer from this change. In fact, it improved. He made better decisions when his mind was clear rather than clouded with anxiety. He saw opportunities he had missed when he was always looking backward or forward instead of at what was right in front of him. And most importantly, he was able to rest. Not just physical rest, though his sleep improved, but mental rest. The constant grinding exhaustion of carrying those invisible burdens finally eased. The teaching about right effort is one of the most practical gifts the Buddha offered. We live in a world that often rewards worry, that mistakes anxiety for conscientiousness, that confuses mental spinning with actual problem solving. We carry our concerns like badges of how much we care, how responsible we are, how seriously we take things. But the Buddha saw clearly that most of our mental suffering is optional. It is not caused by our circumstances, but by how we relate to our circumstances. You can care deeply about your life without carrying useless worry. You can be responsible without torturing yourself with regret. You can plan for the future without living there. The question to ask when your mind starts its worried spinning is always the same. Is there action I can take right now? If yes, take it with full presence and attention. If no, practice letting go. Not because you do not care, but because carrying what cannot be changed does not help anything or anyone. It only creates suffering where none is necessary. As you lie here breathing, notice what your mind is doing right now. Is it worrying about tomorrow? Replaying today? If so, can you gently ask yourself that question? Is there action I can take right now? And if the answer is no, can you practice the radical act of setting those thoughts down, just for now, just for this moment of rest? You can pick them up again if you need to in the morning. But right now, they serve no purpose except to keep you from the peace that is available when you stop carrying what does not need to be carried. In a small mountain village, there lived a woman named Aya, who was known for her beautiful garden. She had spent years cultivating it, learning which plants thrived in which spots, understanding the soil and the light and the flow of water. Her garden was a place of remarkable beauty, with flowers blooming in careful succession from early spring through late autumn, vegetables growing in abundant rows, fruit trees heavy with harvest. People would walk past her house just to admire what she had created. But Aya's relationship with her garden was complicated. She loved it, yes, but she also feared for it constantly. She would wake in the night, worrying about frost or drought or pests. She would stand at her window during storms, anxious about her plants. She could not leave the village for more than a day because she worried something would go wrong in her absence. Her garden, which should have been a source of joy, had become a source of constant anxiety. One summer, Aya's sister, who lived in a distant city, became ill and asked Aya to come care for her. Aya was torn. She loved her sister and wanted to help, but the thought of leaving her garden for weeks, perhaps months, filled her with dread. It was the height of the growing season. The vegetables needed daily attention. The flowers had to be dead-headed. Who would water everything correctly? Who would watch for problems? After much anguish, she decided she had to go. Family was more important than plants. She asked her neighbor, an elderly man named Isamu, if he would look after the garden while she was gone. Isamu agreed readily, though Aya noticed he did not seem particularly concerned about the detailed instructions she left him. He simply nodded and said, "I will do my best." The journey to the city and the weeks that followed caring for her sister were difficult. Aya's mind was divided. Part of her was present with her sister, tending to her needs, but another part was constantly in the garden, imagining all the things that might be going wrong. She would lie awake, picturing withered plants, overgrown weeds, vegetables rotting on the vine. She wrote long letters to Isamu with additional instructions, reminders, urgent suggestions. But caring for her sister also taught Aya something. Each day, she would do what needed to be done in that moment. Prepare food, give medicine, sit beside the sickbed, offer comfort. She could not control whether her sister would recover. She could only show up with love and do her best. There was a kind of peace in that, a simplicity. When she was washing her sister's face, that was all she was doing. When she was preparing soup, that was her whole world. The future was uncertain, but the present moment was clear. After 2 months, her sister recovered enough that Aya could return home. She traveled back with a mixture of eagerness and dread, wondering what state she would find her beloved garden in. When she arrived at her house and walked around to the back, she stopped in shock. The garden was thriving. It was not the same as when she left. Some plants had grown larger than she would have allowed. Others had gone to seed. The layout was slightly different, as if things had been moved or rearranged. But it was alive and healthy, perhaps even more vibrant than it had been under her anxious watch. Vegetables hung heavy on the vines. Flowers bloomed in profusion. Everything was a bit wilder, a bit less controlled, but full of life. Isamu came over when he saw her arrive. "Welcome back," he said with a gentle smile. "I hope the garden is acceptable." "It is more than acceptable," Aya said, still taking it all in. "But how? I thought surely without my constant attention, everything would suffer." Isamu chuckled. "I watered when the plants seemed thirsty. I pulled the most aggressive weeds. I harvested what was ready. But mostly, I let the garden be a garden. Plants know how to grow, Aya. They have been doing it since long before humans started arranging them in neat rows. Your job is not to force them to grow. Your job is to create conditions where they can grow and then trust them to do what they do naturally." Aya felt something shift in her understanding. She had been trying to control every aspect of the garden, believing that without her constant intervention, everything would fall apart. But the garden had its own wisdom, its own resilience. Her anxiety had not been helping her plants. If anything, it had been limiting them, keeping everything so controlled that there was no room for the garden's own wild vitality to express itself. "I spent 2 months worrying about this garden," she said quietly. "And all that worry accomplished nothing except making me miserable. The garden did not need my worry. It needed basic care and then space to be what it is. This is true of most things, Isamu replied. We confuse care with control. We think if we worry enough, plan enough, try to manage every detail, we can prevent anything bad from happening. But life is not something we can control. We can influence it, guide it, tend to it with love. But we cannot force it to be exactly what we want. And when we try, we exhaust ourselves and often damage the very things we are trying to protect. He gestured to a particularly wild-looking section of the garden. See there? Those flowers volunteered. They were not in your plan, but they came up on their own and I let them grow. They have attracted new pollinators that are helping all the other plants. Sometimes what we think is disorder is actually a different kind of order. One we did not design, but that works beautifully nonetheless. In the months that followed, Aya's relationship with her garden transformed completely. She still cared for it, still planted and weeded and harvested, but she did so with a lighter touch. She stopped trying to control every variable and instead began to work with the garden as a partner rather than as a dictator. She left some areas wilder, curious about what would emerge. She accepted that some plants would thrive and others would fail, and that both were natural parts of the cycle. She no longer lay awake worrying about frost or pests, trusting that she would deal with problems as they arose. Tonight, as you settle into this moment, I want you to know something important. You do not need to fix yourself. You do not need to become wiser, calmer, or more enlightened before you are allowed to rest. You are enough, exactly as you are. And the peace you have been searching for has been waiting here all along, patient and unchanging, like the sky behind the clouds. We will walk together through life-changing Zen tales that have transformed hearts for over 1,000 years. Stories so simple they seem almost ordinary, yet so profound they have awakened countless people to a completely different way of living. These are not fairy tales about distant masters or impossible achievements. They are stories about people like you and me who discovered that the secret to freedom was not in acquiring something new, but in seeing clearly what had always been true. We will explore teachings about letting go, about being present, about finding the extraordinary in the ordinary, about waking up to the life that is happening right here, right now. Welcome to Sleepy Monk. Before we begin, if you feel called to, share where in the world you are listening from tonight. Are you in the United States, Canada, the UK, Australia, somewhere else entirely? Knowing that we are walking this path together, people from all corners of the earth seeking the same peace, can be deeply comforting. This is your refuge, a space where nothing is demanded of you, where you can simply be exactly as you are. If this resonates with something quiet within you, I invite you to subscribe and return whenever you need to remember the wisdom that lives in stillness. For now, just breathe. Let everything soften. Let us begin. Our first story takes us to a monastery where a young monk named Kenzo had been practicing with burning determination. He had come to the monastery 7 years earlier with a singular goal: enlightenment. He had read about the great masters who had achieved liberation, about the profound peace that comes from awakening, and he wanted this more than anything he had ever wanted in his life. Kenzo meditated for hours each day until his legs went numb and his back ached. He studied sacred texts late into the night, memorizing teachings, analyzing koans, trying to understand the secret that would unlock the door to awakening. He questioned every teacher, attended every talk, pushed himself relentlessly toward his goal. Other monks admired his dedication. They saw his fierce commitment and his refusal to be distracted by comfort or ease. But they also noticed something else. Despite all his practice, Kenzo seemed more agitated, not less. More desperate, not more peaceful. More lost, not more found. The harder he tried to grasp enlightenment, the more exhausted and frustrated he became. One autumn morning, when the air was crisp and the leaves were turning gold, Kenzo was assigned to work in the monastery garden alongside an old monk named Hakuin. Hakuin was not famous. He had never given Dharma talks or written treatises. He spent his days doing simple work, tending the garden, sweeping paths, preparing meals, mending clothes. He had been at the monastery for over 50 years, and while others came seeking his wisdom, he never presented himself as having any special understanding. He was simply present, fully engaged with whatever task was in front of him, moving through his days with a quality of ease that Kenzo found both compelling and frustrating. As they worked together in silence, pulling weeds from between the vegetables, Kenzo's frustration finally erupted. He could no longer contain the desperation that had been building in him for years. "Master Hakuin," he said, his voice breaking slightly, "I have been practicing for 7 years. 7 years of meditation, study, dedication. I have sacrificed everything for this path. I barely sleep because I am always practicing. I push through pain and exhaustion. I give everything I have. And yet I feel no closer to enlightenment than the day I walked through the monastery gates. In fact, I feel further away, more confused, more lost. What am I doing wrong? What am I missing? Please, I am begging you, tell me what I need to do." Hakuin continued pulling weeds, his weathered hands moving with patient precision, completely absorbed in the simple task. The silence stretched out, and Kenzo wondered if the old monk had even heard him. Finally, without looking up from his work, Hakuin said quietly, "You are seeking enlightenment. That is your problem." Kenzo felt a flash of anger surge through him. After pouring out his heart, after revealing his deepest frustration, this was the answer. "But isn't that the entire point?" he said, unable to keep the edge from his voice. "Isn't that why we are all here? Isn't seeking enlightenment what Zen practice is about?" Hakuin sat back on his heels and finally looked at Kenzo, his eyes holding a depth of compassion that immediately softened Kenzo's anger. "Tell me something, Kenzo. What is in your hand right now, in this moment?" Kenzo looked down at the weed he was holding, confused by the question. "A weed. I am holding a weed. And a moment ago, when you were pulling that weed, when your attention was completely absorbed in the act of grasping the stem, feeling for the root, pulling it free from the soil, where was your mind that is always seeking enlightenment? Where was your desperate need to become awakened?" Kenzo paused, genuinely considering the question. He realized with a shock that for those brief moments when he was completely engaged in pulling the weed, his seeking mind had been completely absent. There had been no thoughts of enlightenment, no measuring his progress, no anxiety about whether he was doing it right. There had been only the act itself, the sensation of the stem in his fingers, the subtle resistance of roots clinging to earth, the small sound of soil releasing its hold. Just simple, complete, unmediated presence. "It was quiet," Kenzo said slowly. "My mind was quiet." Hakuin nodded, a gentle smile crossing his weathered face. "In that moment, you were not seeking anything. You were simply here, doing what you were doing, being what you are. And tell me, in that moment of pure presence, were you suffering? Were you agitated? Were you lost?" "No," Kenzo admitted. "I was just there, just pulling the weed." "This is the great paradox at the heart of Zen," Hakuin said, returning his attention to the garden, his hands resuming their patient work. "Seeking enlightenment is itself the primary obstacle to enlightenment. The very act of seeking creates a split in your being. It creates a you now who is insufficient, incomplete, unenlightened, and a you in the future who will finally be enough, who will finally have achieved what you lack. This split is violence against your own nature. It makes this moment not enough. It makes you not enough. It turns your entire life into a constant, exhausting striving towards something else, somewhere else, some other time." He pulled another weed, examined its roots, set it aside on the pile. "But enlightenment is not somewhere else. It is here. It is not some other time. It is now. It is not a state you achieve in the future, after sufficient practice and purification. It is the simple, direct awareness that is already here, already looking through your eyes, already experiencing this moment, already completely present. Kenzo felt something beginning to crack open inside him, something that had been clenched tight for 7 years. But if enlightenment is already here, why do I not experience it? Why do I feel so far from peace? Because you are seeking it, Hakuin replied simply. Because you are looking for something other than what is actually here. It is like searching everywhere for your glasses while they are on your face. The searching itself prevents you from seeing what is already present. Every moment you spend seeking enlightenment is a moment you are not present to the enlightenment that is here. He gestured to the garden around them, to the morning light filtering through the trees, to the sound of birds and the scent of earth. This moment, exactly as it is the Buddha's teaching. This breath, this sensation, this simple act of being alive and aware, this is what you have been seeking. Not some mystical experience, not some dramatic transformation where suddenly you become a different person. Just this, the direct, unfiltered experience of being here, now, without the constant commentary of the seeking mind. Kenzo felt tears beginning to well in his eyes, though he could not have said exactly why. Perhaps it was relief, perhaps it was grief for the 7 years he had spent fighting against himself, demanding that he be different, better, more. Perhaps it was simply the exhaustion of finally setting down a burden he had been carrying for so long. So what should I do? He asked quietly. If seeking is the problem, what is the practice? Hakuin smiled again, that smile that held infinite patience and kindness. Stop seeking, just be here. When you sit in meditation, do not sit trying to achieve enlightenment. Sit, just sit. When you walk, do not walk towards some imagined destination of awakening. Walk, just walk. When you eat, eat. When you work in the garden, work in the garden. Be completely, utterly present to what you are actually doing, not to some fantasy of what you think you should be doing or where you think you should be getting. He paused, looking directly into Kenzo's eyes. This does not mean you stop practicing. You continue to sit, to study, to work, to engage with the teachings, but you do it from presence, not from lack, from fullness, not from seeking, from the recognition that you are already complete, already whole, already home. The practice is not to get somewhere you are not. The practice is to wake up to where you already are. That day marked a turning point in Kenzo's practice. He did not suddenly become enlightened in some dramatic fashion. There were no fireworks, no mystical visions, no sense of achieving something he had previously lacked. But something fundamental shifted. He stopped dividing his experience into now, which is insufficient, and later, when I will finally be enlightened. He began to meet each moment as complete in itself. When he sat in meditation, he sat, not trying to get anywhere, not measuring his progress, just sitting with complete attention to the simple reality of sitting. When thoughts arose, he noticed them and returned to his breath. Not because returning to his breath would make him enlightened, but simply because that was the practice in that moment. The agitation that had characterized his first 7 years began to dissolve. Tonight you are exactly where you need to be, not because this moment is perfect, but because this moment is here and you are in it, and that is enough. We will walk together through ancient stories that have guided restless hearts toward peace for thousands of years. Stories not of heroes who conquered their pain, but of ordinary people who learned to meet their struggles with gentleness and found something profound waiting on the other side of that gentleness. These are not lessons to memorize or rules to follow. They are invitations to see differently, to soften the grip of control, to discover that the deep rest you have been searching for has been inside you all along, patient and unchanging, like a still pond waiting beneath the ripples of your busy mind. We will journey through teachings on letting go, on presence, on compassion, and on the simple radical act of allowing life to be what it already is. Welcome to Sleepy Monk. This is your refuge, a space where there is nothing you must accomplish, no problem you must solve tonight, no version of yourself you must become before you are worthy of rest. Simply let these words wash over you like gentle waves. If something resonates, let it settle. If something does not, let it pass. There is no test at the end, no right way to listen. If this path toward inner quiet calls to you, I invite you to subscribe and return whenever you need to remember the peace that belongs to you. For now, just breathe. Let your body settle into the surface beneath you. Let us begin. Our first steps on this journey take us to the heart of what the Buddha discovered under the Bodhi tree over 2,500 years ago. He saw something so simple and yet so profound that once it is truly understood, the whole landscape of life changes. He saw that we suffer not because life is difficult, which it sometimes is, but because we are constantly at war with the present moment. We want this, we do not want that. We cling to pleasure and push away pain. We build elaborate fortresses of should and must and need in our minds, and then we wonder why we feel trapped. This resistance to what is creates a friction that runs through almost every aspect of our lives. It is the low hum of dissatisfaction, the feeling that something is not quite right even when nothing is particularly wrong. But here is the profound hope in this teaching. The friction is not the truth of life itself. It is what happens when an untrained mind meets life. When we learn to meet each moment